Is Dr. Piljukim here for the lead talk? You're here. Okay, great. All right. Very good morning, everyone. We welcome you all back to the session. My name is Shubham. And the theme of this session is soil health. In this session, we will have a lead talk, oral talks, and flash talks. The time for the lead talk will be 15 minutes, followed by a 5-minute discussion. The time for the oral talk will be 10 minutes, followed by a 5-minute discussion. And the time for the flash talk will be 3 minutes, followed by a 2-minute discussion. Now, I would like to invite our co-chairs, Dr. Kentaro Hayashi and Dr. Tapan Keadia, to start the session. I'd like to invite Dr. Piljukim for the lead talk. So,
thank you. No introduce me. Your convener. Oh, okay. I am the Piljo Kim from South Korea. Actually, I am typical soil scientist and an agronomist. But today, just I will talk nitrogen balance because Korea is the highest nitrogen balance we have. But I don't know exactly OECD country, in particular Netherlands or something, I don't know. Just I am compare using statistic data, okay? And then already I talk, our Korea have the big problem in high surplus of the nitrogen. And meaning I want to find a way can reduce my surplus here. Because I am soil scientist, first of all, we should understand what is the nitrogen, why this is important in agriculture, because this is essential element, most important essential element. However, to be essential element, two factors should be satisfied here. First of all, plant cannot complete its life without this one. However, more important thing is element should have specific metabolic function. This is scientific factor area. Without some verification, this is like a metabolic function. Even this is essential, however, cannot be classified into essential element. Okay. And then already when I was in university, just we learned only 16 essential elements, including carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, something. However, with developing our finding, understanding to the element, also nickel, cobalt already included, essential element, meaning totally we have the 18 essential elements. I think with developing our technology or scientific understanding, all of the elements could be essential element because we are evolved here. Okay, I think this is just my opinion as a scientist. Already I said why to be the essential element, we need some two requirements, in particular carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. This is absolutely to need photosynthesis. However, also the nutrient is nitrogen. We are always saying nitrogen, and then we are applied lots of the nitrogen in the soil because of this is very important. This is one of the component, chlorophyll and the protein, as well as the nucleic acid. Without this one, we cannot make this like products and then can develop plants and productivity as well. This is one of the long years ago, I published this paper. What is the impact of the nitrogen fertilization in rice paddy in Korea? You can see here two typical treatments. One is PK, no nitrogen here, NPK meaning only where nitrogen applied here. This difference only is nitrogen. However, the power of nitrogen for enhancing crop productivity is very clear. In my rice paddy, only application of the nitrogen, we can increase grain yield 50%. This means without nitrogen addition, at present, it is not easy to produce our target productivity here. Might be other area also, I think, similar background they have. And then using this like a formula, we can calculate something efficiency of nutrients depending on the different kind of the nutrients. In here, I just only will focus on nitrogen. In my monorized paddy soil, only 30%, less than 30% of nitrogen is utilized by rice plant. Meaning over the 70% could be released, can influence soil environmental contamination. And then one of my analysis, in rice paddy, we have the monorized cropping system. However, we applied 110 kg or 90 kg of nitrogen every season. However, only less than 30% is uptake by plant. Meaning here the sector is go to the something denitrification and make the nitrous oxide, greenhouse gases. Also, approximately 20% of applied nitrogen is emitted into ammonia and they make the some PM 2.5 precursor. And then also, because this is flooded, lots of the water is flooded and it can be reached out here. I think more than 40% of our applied nitrogen also can be influenced groundwater and surface water. And then to understand what our situation, what our condition, to understand to the nitrogen, first of all, this is a tool. Balance tool is a very effective, efficient tool. And meaning balance meaning the differences between input and output. This is developed by many scientific background here. And then there are mainly 3 different approaching methodology. First of all, farm gate balance. This is developed mainly in the Netherlands. Also, OECD used the soil surface balance technology and also system balance. We can use something factory, close to chamber, close to condition. This could be very useful. However, in the OECD, they used the soil surface balance. What is that? This is balance, such as a farm gate balance. We are calculating everything. And the nitrogen input inside my farm, okay? Like some concentrates, livestock, RPG, manure, also fertilizer. Everything could be considered here. Also output, depending on the condition, your farm condition might be this like output source, could be big different. However, all could be considerable here. In my farm, might be milk production or the meat production, RPG, manure, everything can be output source. And this difference, input and output, absolutely we can say nutrient surplus. In case of nitrogen surplus or nitrous balance. This is one of the indicators, can be show risk of the polluting soil, water, and air. And then, however, this is the nutrient balance affects the very several factors. First of all, natural parameter, okay, like soil, climate, also hydrology, morphology is important. A more important thing is human activity, like policy, okay? Also market requirement. Some countries love some environment-friendly products. In case of the chemical fertilization, could be decreased, and then less the nitrogen balance can expected here. Also, technology is important. And this is starting my talk, and then meaning around 30 years ago, or 1990s, this is the nutrient balance among the OECD countries. Absolutely. Netherlands was first, okay? I started data analysis from the 1985. In that time, the Netherlands, the nitrogen balance much higher than this one, okay? And then happily, my country is the third levels of the highest nitrogen balance we have, okay? After 30 years later, I analyzed again, 2019, fortunately, Korea became first country of the nitrogen balance. I really said, there is no any products in Korea can dominate in the world. However, this is first, okay? First ranking in the world. And then here, which effect can directly influence this like high balance? This is my question, okay? Actually, my target is to minimize our nitrogen balance, want to reduce more effectively. But this is absolutely affected by nutrient input, okay? Higher input make the higher nitrogen balance. But recently, some of the country reduced any input, something changes, something like the relationship, okay? And then output, generally why we are adding more nitrogen to enhance productivity. And this is closely and positively correlated with the two parameter. But recently, slightly, this tag is changed, okay? Efficiency absolutely low with a higher adding nitrogen make the something lower efficiency, okay? But this is general thing. However, I analyze again why some different country have the different the characteristic, okay? And meaning many parameter I analyzed here, but I found a very clear tendency here, okay? This is a arable land area per capita, okay? I consider area, total agricultural area and the population, and make that like the something area per capita analyzed here have the very close relationship. Like a small, the arable land having country like Netherlands, Belgium, Korea, Japan, every country is have the high nitrogen balance, meaning want more production they expect here. And then for this one, they added more and more chemical fertilizer as well as nitrogen fertilizer here. This is impossible. We can increase our land here. However, we should reduce this like nitrogen balance here to minimize this like influence to the environment. And then this is one of the examples, our typical, the cropping, the arable land area, because our land is very small, and then typically very intensive cropping system is developed here. This is one of the representative case, place greenhouses, and then they apply the lots of the fertilizer. And the wonderful condition they have. And then highest productivity in the world we have here. Vegetable productivity here. And then looks like art, okay? High productivity, high quality. And then, however, they already know lots of the nutrition already added using something nitrogen chemical fertilizer as well as manure. However, this is resulted in high salt accumulation, also nitrogen accumulation. And the farmers also recognize very well what problem they have, okay, from the salt accumulation. And then slightly after cropping season, they are trying to remove this like salt, uncovering, one is uncovering. And in many cases, they are trying to washing out, flooded for more than 1 month. Just a single purpose they have, okay? In this like process, you can see green algae, and this color become less and less with the time pass. After then, they apply again, okay? This like problem also make the highest nutrient balance in Korea. And then every season we are suffering from serious eutrophication in the mainstream because there are many dams already constructed here. Just catch the not moved anymore, and then make the eutrophication serious. This is a general thing. This is like many nitrogen released from the agricultural sector, make the something eutrophication or PM 2.5 precursor, also greenhouse gases, already very well known. And then I directly compared what influence they have here to the environment. I select several points. This is reported by OECD. First of all, the ammonia emission, they gave us some total data. However, I consider together land area and then studied something emission intensity. Sadly, my country is not comparable with the other country. This is caused by highest nutrient balance, absolutely. And then also nitrous oxide, sorry, here, Japan or New Zealand, there are no data. I cannot show you. I actually want to compare with Japan, very similar the farming structure we have. And the N2 emission also, we are very high. And then this is like there's something nitrogen gases emission intensity correlated with the nitrogen balance. To minimize this like influence, absolutely we need minimizing something nitrogen balance here, agricultural sector. How to can reduce this like the imbalance here? Our answer is very simple. Already you know. First of all, we need a diet, okay? First of all, less input, absolutely we need it here. The other way also we can think here, higher output, which is more effective. You tried the diet before, okay? Less input is very important, but not easy this one. And then I am compared to, today I want to compare with the Netherlands. I am sorry. Netherlands people come here, Dutch come here, I don't know. Actually, I don't have any exact information, just data comparison. Unfortunately, our balance for last 30 years, there are no changes. Really sad. However, Netherlands, fortunately, sharply decreased. And then, however, from the 1985, your nitrogen balance double times higher than Korea. Now, from here, why it is like different changes here? We should analyze here to make our some countermeasure. First of all, regulation is very important. As you know, EU already recognize these like problems, and then they make a strong legislation named the nitrate directive. Also, that touches another you have the own registration already you are installed something Minas like the methodology, but this purpose mainly to establish framework for protection of inland surface water, transitional something water quality, because this is already we are the catching something problem, the loss of the nutrient released to the this like water pollution, and that the action program is very important. In the European countries select prohibition and they give the tax. But in our case, we didn't make this like action program. Just we are suggest or encourage to reduce this like fertilizer. Two direction make the different result. Only we give the incentive, okay, like encouraging. This is not the answer, I think. However, in all European countries, there are accept this prohibition the action activity here. And then this is one of the example, minimizing the fertilization of fertilizer application, and also should reduce optimum levels of the manure livestock density here. Just to compare them, okay? I did, okay, sorry. This is nitrogen input. This could be very important parameter in Korea. Okay, chemical fertilizer is decreased because this is affected by government policy. But unfortunately, manure production slightly increased. This is like directly not changed our input level. Okay. However, Netherlands case, total nitrogen input absolutely significantly decreased with the time pass. Also, chemical fertilizer, in particular, livestock manure, this contribution is significantly decreased. However, in my opinion, this is a present level. Two countries have a similar nitrogen input level. This meaning can make a similar nitrogen balance. However, your balance is much less than ours. And then meaning, again, what is the output here? There are big difference between two countries. Korea is less output because we are only mono rice cropping, harvesting at the autumn season. That's all. However, you are feeding, animal feeding or the further harvesting, this like make the more nitrogen uptake and the nitrogen removal make the influence this like less nitrogen balance, I think. This is just also my opinion. It's like data all is published in the last season. Because already you know this is very simple talk. I don't make any conclusion. Already you know. Just I am said we will try. Okay. Thank you so much today. Question?
The floor is now open for any questions for the next 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting to see I guess it is an obvious question, but of course we have some countries with very diverse climates and soils, and therefore differences in the intensity of agriculture. When you collect all of that data together for one single data, you can lose a lot of information around potential environmental impact coming from the different industry sectors. I just wonder if you have some thoughts about how you overcome that issue of averaging data Sure, this is average data. Okay. So I use the statistics, OECD statistic data. Okay. I don't know, so some specific site, there are so different cases could be, but only this is a national based I am analyzed. Understand, please, this aspect. Okay. Sorry. And the general thing is the vast area country have the very low nitrogen balance, very intensive, and the high population country have the high the nutrient balance. This is general trend. Okay. Oh.
So I see you have a very high this ammonia organization. So from soil science perspective, what's the reason for so high those ammonia organization?
Yeah. Exactly. I'm not sure. There are several factors could be considerable here. First of all, our the lifestyle is so intensive, meaning not vineyard. We are something storage, something house style, and the density is very high. And the second is our rice paddy have the higher emission factor than upland soil. Okay, because the anaerobic condition, this high pH also make the higher emission, and we have the higher emission factor than upland soil. However, 60% of our cropping land is rice paddy, meaning this is like the many things I think first of all can influence here, but as a scientist, it's not comparable with other country, meaning very higher than other country, meaning something I am thinking mistake of the calculation national base. Someone report, but this is not my area, just something I using data, but inside something looks like overestimation some point. This is my expectation. Okay, thank you so much. I finish.
So please wait. Uh, uh, Thank you, sir, for the wonderful talk. I would like to request Dr. Kentaro Hayashi kindly present the souvenir to Dr. Pelzukim. Thank you, sir. Uh, I now request Dr. Gerard H. Ross to take the podium.
That's for another session. It's for the afternoon, so there's also another one. It's about soil. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, that is right.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry for that.
No problem. I have 15 minutes to introduce you in a very intriguing topic. I started already with this question when I was a PhD student, and at that time I hadn't an answer. But over time, I evolved a methodology to answer that question. Is there an optimum target level for soil organic matter in soil, soil organic carbon? And I'm not the first one to ask this question. It's already asked in the 18th century, where scientists start wondering about the functions of soil organic carbon. And soil organic carbon has all kinds of beneficial impacts on soil biology, soil chemistry, soil physics. And only it's around 20 years ago that Loveland and Webb started to question, is there an optimum? And when is there a deficiency of carbon? And when is crop yield basically limited due to a deficiency of carbon in the soil? And more than 20 years, it was almost quiet in literature. And then very recently, due to all the attention for climate mitigation, the Paris Agreement, that people want to store more carbon in the soil, there was an opinion paper from Monet published, who basically, again, advocated, please store carbon for a soil health perspective rather than for carbon mitigation, because soil carbon is very positive. And also in the soil health index, you see it on the right-hand side, there is also an evaluation of soil organic matter, basically from the assumption more is better. Up until a certain value, it's always good to add more carbon in the soil. And while thinking about that optimum, I think you cannot answer that question without defining the function that a soil supply. Anyhow, the soil chemistry supply nutrients, it retains water, it gives rootability for the roots to grow. That are functions that the soil supply. And also for soil organic matter perspective, you need to know the contribution of soil organic carbon to these functions to answer, is there anyhow an optimum, or is there a target level to be defined? Like the elephant here, you have all different kind of aspects of that you can monitor, assess, but in reality, if you combine them, there's an animal in front of you. So in my case, I also I look to the soil health indicators that has been developed and assessed over time. And I said, okay, I will analyze that question. Is there the optimum in view of an economic viewpoint? So is there an optimum required for crop development? And shortly summarizing the way how I quantified that optimum is I first looked to the literature, and there is a lot of so-called pedotransfer functions have been developed. Basically simplified empirical relationships quantifying the impact of soil organic carbon on a certain soil health indicator. I collected these from the literature, and for these soil health indicators, we know that there are basically thresholds for water stable aggregates, for water holding capacity, for the supply of nutrients. Knowing that, you can extract these thresholds from literature. And what I here did, and I will show you the results, I reversed the pedotransfer functions the other way around. If you can quantify the impact of soil organic carbon on a certain soil health indicator, you can also reverse the equation and calculate then the optimum carbon for an optimum threshold for the soil health indicator. And then lastly, I apply them on a European and global scale. And I'll shortly give you some illustrations. Here you see a lot of figures. I will not explain them all in detail, just to illustrate you that I collected more than 12 soil health indicators, from chemical soil health indicators, biological ones, soil physical ones, and they are all somehow connected by the amount of carbon in the soil. And it's not random, so usually they are non-linear, like bulk density, like water holding capacity. If there's more carbon in the soil, at some point, the soil becomes saturated with carbon, and there's no additional benefit of soil health indicator. I retrieved from the literature for 12 indicators listed here, optimum values for that specific indicator. That means that you can actually define for both soil chemistry, both soil physics and soil biology, what would be the optimum value to sustain crop development in the future. Then I basically reverse the equations. And I give you here just one example. For each soil type, it's different, but here it's for a sandy soil. I calculate what is the optimum of minimum level for soil organic carbon that is needed to supply and sustain the different soil health indicators, being chemical, physical, and biological. And of course, you see here quite some variation. At the same time, I was surprised that the range is rather low. It's not that extreme. And I'm also surprised that the mean value is also rather low. It's only around 15 grams per kilogram. It's 1.5% of soil organic carbon. Just for your information, I compare that to the soil organic matter thresholds as being implemented in the Soil Health Index developed by the Cornell University. And these better lines, dotted black lines in this figure for a clay soil and for a sandy soil. These are not derived from economic knowledge, but on the actually range occurring in the United States. So that's more a statistical approach. And you see here in the gray area, the economic underlined optimal level as I derived for this specific soil. And again, here you see it's the same pattern, but only the optimum is already achieved much earlier than actually occurring in the field. When I apply that to the situation in Europe, then you see here that there is, of course, a lot of variability there, given the parent material, the history, and the management of the farmers. You can basically distinguish here 3 different kinds of zones, where all the northern part as actually the soil organic carbon levels are already above the optimum. So from an economic perspective, it's not needed to add more carbon there. From a climate perspective, it might be different, but for economy, it's not needed. And particularly in the southern part of Europe, with the Mediterranean climate, you already see that the soil organic carbon levels are far below the optimum. So there's an actually need and also urgency to need more carbon there to improve soil health. Knowing and when you are able to quantify the relationship between organic carbon and the soil health indicators, you can also basically apply that function on the whole globe. And I apply it here on for the soil grids and the climatic data and the land use data that are openly available. And you can then also quantify what would happen with soil health if you increase soil organic carbon with 1%. And that's just one number now, because 1% organic carbon is quite a lot. It might take more than 10 years to actually achieve that. But here you also see a very spatial pattern that the soils that are already rich in organic carbon, they are above the optimum. So there's actually no need to boost soil organic carbon from a climate perspective for the crops growing there. And particularly Africa, India, and part of South America, the soil organic carbon levels are low. And there, if you increase soil organic carbon, it's good for the climate. And it has also a lot of beneficial impacts for crop development. So I conclude this story with 3 main conclusions. By using these peer transfer functions, I was able to connect soil organic carbon levels with the functions that actually occur in the soil, and where soil organic carbon contributes to the soil health. And it's very evident that these threshold values differ, but at the same time, the optimum range was rather narrow. And if you look to the global variation, there's substantial variation, implying that you have to make tailor-made solutions there when you want to apply all kinds of measures to improve soil organic carbon. And if you are interested to contribute, you're welcome.
The floor is now open for questions for the next 5 minutes. There.
And just I want to know that here you mentioned about soil organic carbon threshold, and I suppose that you estimated only the soil organic carbon at present, that's whole value. So just I'm wondering that whether you consider the changes in soil organic carbon over the long duration of time or not during the calculation of soil organic carbon.
No, not here, because it's a conceptual approach. So I calculate what would happen if soil organic matter would increase. But the critical values are derived from the spatial variation that actually exists. And that's quite, that variation is quite high. And the connection between the soil health indicators that actually are measured. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm actually working under Indian condition, and I want to mention that in some cases that soil organic carbon is even more than 1.5%. But I'm doing it not to apply organic matter here, even 1.5 to 2%. What should we do?
Yeah, no, I think it's still valuable. From a good, if you look to a good agricultural practice, let's say a baseline farmyard manure input is always beneficial for soil health. Also for the it just adds nutrients and adds carbon, but bacteria and fungi need. But if you have currently all kinds of policies to increase carbon, and that's actually not necessary. If you already are on a high level, of course you have to maintain that level, because soil organic matter is automatically decomposing. So if you do not add carbon, it will decline. So you need to compensate that natural decomposition to maintain that on the same level. But increasing carbon, especially if it's high, it requires quite a lot of changes in your management to compensate the decline that's happening there. And then I will prioritize your management measures. Please add the carbon on those locations where you have the biggest impact on both economy and both on carbon sequestration. And do not focus too much on soils that are already rich in carbon. Oh. I'm available for later, so you can always come. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And then it takes a lot of time to come and reach the optimum, which is less than what was.
Yeah.
So this optimum exactly you are referring to?
No. No. No, in my case, as I started in the beginning, it's the optimum that is required to sustain economic production. And that's not the maximum that you can achieve. Because there is also a maximum, and that's very likely substantially higher than the optimum that I gave here. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I would request Dr. Tapan to please felicitate. All right. Is Dr. Bigyapati Nepal here?
Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm Bigyapti Nepal from Kathmandu University, Nepal, currently working as a research assistant for South Asian Nitrogen Hub project. We have a lot of cases about field trials of how to manage nitrogen and what are the emissions. So here I'm trying to look at the perceptions of fertilizer and manure in relation to soil fertility, yield, and environmental impact by gathering some evidences from Nepal. So land degradation is a major concern in Nepal because of its degrading of fertility, soil fertility, and several natural as well as human-induced factors contribute greatly to it. And there are several researches as well that has found the decrease, significant decrease in the nutrient from the added fertilizer in the past years. And the major concern that we can find in Nepal is unbalanced and uneven use of nitrogen-based fertilizers, and it poses a great threat to the land and soil. So there are several theories that has been provided for how to balance and manage nitrogen from perspective of farmers who are the main people to use it. And so I will be in details about it. So this study investigates about the current soil management practices and the farmer's perception of soil nutrient use in relation to soil fertility, yield, and environmental impact, and attitude to soil management and how they differ by personal and economic characteristics. So for the study, we selected 3 different provinces from Nepal. And from each provinces, we selected 1 district and 25 different villages. And from each villages, randomly 100, each district contributed to 100 total questionnaire survey, making it a total of 300 farmers survey. And a semi-structured questionnaire was employed to collect data on household and farm characteristics and about the fertilizers they've been using. So these are some of the results. From the results, we found that majority of farmers have mentioned that they have not received or completed any vocational training related to agriculture. And the majority of the respondents were male. And about the different types of fertilizers and manures used in Nepal, nitrogen-based fertilizers like urea and diammonium phosphate are the most preferred and used synthetic fertilizer. And for manure, it is excreta by grazing animal in the field and stored but not composted dry animal excreta are used. So about the attitude to soil management, about 1/3 of the farmers have mentioned that while they manage their soil, they take weather in consideration. And about 1/3, about 30% of the farmers have also mentioned that they also consider environment while dealing with the soil. And about more than half percentages have revealed that they think of the nutrition requirement by the crops while they manage the soils. And they have mentioned that financial return plays an important role for them while modifying or using the crop management practices. Regarding the farmer's perception in the main nitrogen input, we can see that majority of the farmers believe that manure enhances soil fertility, and it also increases the harvest and increases the quality of harvest, increases yield. But also they have this notion that more the manure is applied and it is fine and it won't pollute the water bodies. However, in case of fertilizer, they do understand that it enhances the fertility and increases the yield, but they're also aware that the runoff that will come out of the synthetic fertilizer use will try to degrade the biodiversity and also can cause human illness. So we try to do a correlation between several attitudes to soil management, soil and crop management. and with different personal and economic characteristics. I won't go into details. Focusing on the agriculture training part, majority of the farmers who've received agriculture training have mentioned that we can see that there is significant positive correlation, albeit very weak, that how they manage the soil is dependent on the weather, and they think about the environment, and also as farm cropping as a main source of income, we also can see that there is significant relationship, but a very weak correlation when by the farmers when they deal with the soil depending on the weather and the environment. Now looking at the farming experiences on the top on the left, the farmers farming experiences with the farmers with large number of farming experiences, they've mentioned that they try to frequently, improve the crop management techniques, and as well as they've considered the financial return as the sole purpose, as mentioned earlier, for their attitude to changing soil and crop management practices. Now, for the multiple linear regression, we can see that farmers who perceive that fertilizer and increases the quality of harvest and increases yield, they tend to use less urea. And also the farmers who perceive the fertilizer causes harm to soil organisms, they use less urea. Whereas the farmers who perceive manure, livestock manure increases the quality of harvest, they also tend to use less livestock manure. Now, while dealing with the environment, the farmers who take in consideration of environment while dealing with the soil, they tend to use less livestock manure. And we can see that farmers who try to avoid taking risks that are associated with trying different new soil management and crop management practices, they tend to use less ammonium phosphate. And one interesting finding is that with the fertilizer subsidy given, farmers have mentioned that they would use less diammonium phosphate. So concluding this presentation, we've seen that financial return is one of the major factors that drives farmers to change about the soil management practices and crop practices, and neglecting the synthetic fertilizer quantity is a raising concern about the overuse and environmental impact. And for farmers, often it has been found that farmers often modify the agriculture guidance and emphasizing the need for personalized approach, ignoring all the government recommended rates. And so thus understanding factors influencing farmer decision is very crucial for sustainable soil management practices, and training is vital important, and giving them access to research and promoting demo farms and knowledge sharing fosters sustainable soil management practices in Nepal. Thank you everyone.
Thank you for such a lovely presentation. I think it's social research work is such a fundamental part of making these improvements, and we put that in the permanent section. Very nice to have. My question is about manure and the importance of manure in terms of free resource of knowledge the farmers use it for. Could you explain a little bit more about why farmers are not putting emphasis on capturing and storing manure and then reusing it more effectively?
So in case of Nepal, from the research as well, we found that the farmers, especially the subsistence farmers, they lack knowledge about manure or how to make the nutrients hold in it. So the main reason that we can say here is lack of awareness and education, because farmers in Nepal, especially in the Tarai low region area, they have not been provided with enough training and knowledge, and thus they cannot comprehend this idea of using more manure or incorporating manure with fertilizer and making the yield better. Yeah, for now we see, of course, there are technical parts looking at how much should be input and should be the input and other stuff. But the major concern is, as we can see, there the farmers who have achieved the agriculture training, they tend to use less urea as well. But it is the training and education part that they are missing on to use it in a sustainable way.
I'm curious about the farmers know first what the environment is, and the second, what's the relationship between the agriculture.
So yeah, we in the questionnaire we had we only asked, there are some questions as we asked that if you think the environment the runoff will impact the environment or so. But yeah, we have not incorporated the explanation of how these two are interrelated in it. Definitely education is important, because as we don't directly jump onto the conclusion of managing handling these fertilizers from the perspective of environment. However, if we give them training or knowledge about how this can be harmful to water bodies, because there are so many common lakes and ponds that they are using for several pisciculture as well. So if we give them some kind of training and knowledge to some extent, I think that will be very helpful in making an overall sustainable agricultural practice. Thank you.
I would like to request Dr. Kentaro Hayashi to please felicitate Dr. Nepal. Right, I now request Dr. Adiba Friendrim, please come on the stage.
Thank you to giving me the floor. Good afternoon, everybody. Now, my thesis title is Screening of Nitrogen Use Efficient Paddy Soil, Paddy Population from Bengal, Assam Oush Rice Panel. I am Adiba Afrin, Research Associate, South Asia Nitrogen Hub, Bangladesh Rice Research Institute. We know that nitrogen is the most limiting nutrient for rice production, and urea is the common nitrogen fertilizer that applied to nourish the rice plant. Unfortunately, about 40 to 70% of the applied nitrogen lost to the environment via denitrification, ammonia volatilization, bleaching. So, which causes environmental pollution. So now, Bengal Assam House Panel rice germplasms is one of the set of local house germplasms that evolved from the stress-prone region of Bangladesh and eastern India. We show that Bangladesh, northern Myanmar, and northeastern India are the origin of these house populations. Within the global rice germplasms, the Bengal Assam House panel accessions are phenotypically diverse, containing the donors of a number of abiotic stress resistance related traits. So, my research objectives is to find the nitrogen use efficient Bangladesh House among panel genotypes. I screened 210 BAP genotypes. Now, the methodology. I screened 2 doses nitrogen fertilizer, that is treatment 1, 50 kg nitrogen per hectare, and treatment 2, 100 kg nitrogen per hectare. My design plot is split plot design, and subplot is Bengal Assam House rice panel, rice genotypes with 4 replication, and the main plot is fertilizer. I use 3 split for top dress. First one is basal dose nitrogen application, and second is 1 month after transplanting, and third dose at panicle initiation stage. Now the background of the soil is, we show that the texture of soil is clay loam, and the soil pH is 6.82, nitrogen is 1.18%, carbon 1.73%, available phosphorus 29 ppm, and potassium is 0.17 milliequivalent per 100 gram soil. Now this is the pictorial view of my research plot. Now I took spread chlorophyll reading at 30 days of transplanting and 45 days of transplanting, and at flowering time. This is the pictorial view of harvesting. When my crop is ready for harvesting, I do my harvest work and taking data on plant height, different parameter like plant height, panicle number with field and unfilled grain, and I collect the seed. And finally, I took the grain yield data. Obtain the analyze, I use the statistical tool, star tools analyze. And now from the table, we show that ANOVA of Bengal Assam House panel lines for plant growth characteristics are shown here, the different parameters. First one, like plant height. The parameter of plant height, we show that the genotype shows significant relations, and with its interaction also significant. But in parameter, tiller number and panicle number also show significant relations. But in chlorophyll index at SPED at 45 date, we show the same case for genotypes. It shows the significant relation for genotypes and nitrogen, but it shows non-significant relation with its interaction. And at chlorophyll index expect at 60 date, it shows non-significant relation for nitrogen, but it shows significant relations with its genotypes and its interactions. But grain yield shows a significant relation. Corresponding analysis here we shows that the straw yield, plant height, tiller number, and panicle number have not significant relations with the SPED 45 date and the SPED 60 date. Here the principal component analysis for treatment 1, which is N50. We show that for treatment 1 at N50, we show the different clusters. We show here 6 different clusters, and for cluster 1, the population number is 11 and grain yield, average grain yield is 19.2 gram per plant, which is the highest grain yield from all of the clusters. For cluster 3 and 4, we shows that 57 population number, and for cluster 4, we show that 24 population number, and which is higher in cluster 3. This is the principal component analysis for treatment 2, that is N100. The cluster analysis on the basis of grain yield at N100 treatment, we show the 7 clusters. At N50, we show the 6 cluster, but in N100, we show the 7 cluster. All of these clusters, we show that in cluster 1, this is population is 18, and its average grain yield is 20.54, and average straw yield is 29.49 gram per plant. In cluster all of these clusters, it shows highest population in cluster 2, but we show that the grain yield is highest in cluster 1. Here the bar diagram of average grain yield gram per plant for 2 treatment in N50 and N100. All of these 210 bulb genotypes are screened in our season. In cluster 6 and cluster 1, we show that similar yield in cluster 1 at N50 and N100 shows a similar grain yield, but in cluster 4, it shows N50 gives higher grain yield. This is the result of straw yield of N50 and N100. In all of this cluster, we show that in cluster 1, and cluster 1 shows the highest grain straw yield. Here, cluster 1 gives highest straw yield in treatment 1, that's N50. But cluster 2, cluster 3, cluster 5 are similar. However, cluster 4 shows highest straw yield in N50, that is treatment 1. Now, here we show the another parameter, plant height and tiller number. In this parameter, all of the cluster, we show that the plant height in cluster 1 gives highest result, and for tiller number, cluster 6 gives the highest result, that is 18. Now this is for treatment. 1 minute, please. Now that is for treatment 2. In 7 cluster, it gives highest data in cluster 1, and for tiller number, it gives highest data for cluster 6. This is the pictorial view. We took spent chlorophyll reading. And for N50 treatment, this is the spent chlorophyll reading, and this cluster 1 gives the highest spent chlorophyll reading in N50, same as cluster 3 and cluster 5. At N100, cluster 1, cluster 3, and cluster 7 shows the highest spent reading at N50. Now, at 50% flowering from seeding, 50 bulb genotypes are flowering within 60 to 70 days. 72 bulb genotypes are flowering 80 to 90 days. 88 bulb genotypes are flowering within 100 to 120 days. Now, considering the trait, grain yield, considering the grain yield, nitrogen use efficiency, and spread chlorophyll index, we found 17 nitrogen use efficient bulb genotypes. In future, these genotypes may use in plant breeding program to develop nitrogen use efficient variety. Here's some pictorial view of visiting our experimental plot. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for considering chlorophyll index. Spread reading for chlorophyll index, we took 2 reading at 30 days of flowering and 45 days of flowering. For plant growth stage, 30 days and 45 days. Yes. Yeah. She is the PI, principal investigator of this research.
I'd like to request Dr. Kentaro Hayashi to please felicitate the speaker. Uh, sorry. There will be a slight delay because of this. Sorry for the slight delay. We're trying to figure it out.
Good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of the Sri Lankan team, I thank you, South Asian Nitrogen Hub, and also the INI for giving this opportunity. So this is the first time I'm doing a sort of a flash presentation. So then background is already known that I mean, Sri Lanka is one of the country using high amount of inputs, nitrogen, urea, for I mean, almost all agriculture related activities. What I'm going to present is okay. So I'm going to use, I mean, one of the farming system. We have been actually studying under the South Asian Nitrogen Hub. One is the potato-based farming system. In one of the crop, actually, highest amount of nitrogen fertilizer is applied. For example, there, I mean, like a department recommendation is there, but farmers are not happy with that. They go always more than that. And also, in addition, I mean, for potato, like organic farmyard manure is added as well for roughly about 151 kg of nitrogen is the department recommendation. One farmer apply more like a 25% or 30% more, like 210. And on top of that, they add about 194 kilograms of nitrogen worth of like organ farmyard manure. So then objective of this is to identify what are what type of fertilizer combination or types of amendments could be used to increase the nitrogen use efficiency. You know, I mean, again, this amount is applied for a 3 month, I mean, less than 70 to 80-day crop rotation period. So a huge, input addition of nitrogen fertilizer side. So then objective is to identify what are the best ways, possible ways to increase the nitrogen use efficiency in the potato farming system in the country. So then we conducted a series of experiments at the most prominent areas where the potato cultivation is done. We had a series of treatment, always no urea-based fertilizer, inorganic or the organic, and then the department recommendation without farmyard manure, and then the farmyard manure alone, and then treatment T4 DOA recommendation with farmyard manure, about 90 metric tons of wet base farmyard manure, that is a recommendation. And then T6 is DOA recommendation. T5 is DOA recommendation plus 25, and T6 is DOA, Department of Agriculture recommendation, urea minus 25, and then farm practice. So this is what actually 210 kilograms of urea and the farmyard manure per hectare basis, and the treatment 8, the second generation model. All these treatment 8 to 11 is amended type of fertilizer types or the rates with the objective of finding what type of we can use and recommend to increase the nitrogen use efficiency. So these are the set of like 88 is the second generation fertilizer, which is called Yara, and different nitrogen rates are given in that. In 39 is 70% Department of Agriculture nitrogen, amended to make it as slow releasing biochar pellet. Rate is about 106 kilograms of nitrogen, and T10 is DOA recommendation urea plus DCD and MBBT nitrification inhibitors and volatilization inhibitors, and then T11 is DOA urea, and also we add the cinnamon powder as the indicator. I mean, reduce nitrification indicator, and there is another treatment called biocarbon hybrid fertilizer. So then, as a result, we see compared to the T1, T2, T3 like that. Okay, T5 and beyond is giving more or less the same yield. That means all amended types is giving equal yield to the department recommendation, or even 25% more DOA nitrogen recommendation. And in the second season also we see the same, and also with the line, the red line gives you the agronomic nitrogen use efficiency or the partial. Okay, here you get the partial factor productivity. Green, yeah, blue line is the yield, and the yellow one is giving the partial factor productivity. So then all treatments, I mean, promising results are being found that amended fertilizers are giving promising results where we could reduce the nitrogen use efficiency. So then again, we measure the nitrate leaching, ammonia emission, and nitrous oxide. We get the similar responses, and again, comparison is there with high and low. So then we did one more extended experiment. We invite all the private sector fertilizer importers, and we ask them to give a most recent anticipated type of fertilizer that they are going to test in the future with respect to increasing the nitrogen use efficiency. Yeah, there are actually different type of new advanced type of fertilizer were used, and you can see from T3 to T10, I mean, different type of fertilizers rates are given. Unfortunately, I haven't got the time to explain each and every, but again, with that, we found that significant reduction of usage could be done, and we have the partial factor productivity high in all treatment, while giving the high productivity compared to the department recommendation of T2 treatment in this case. In conclusion, both, I mean, we had tried 2 clones, and one, I mean, again, clonal variation is there, we can exploit that. And the second one, amended nitrogen fertilizer, increase the nitrogen fertilizer use efficiency and the yield in general. So then with this study, we can clearly say that nitrogen usage could be reduced from 30 to 52% depending on the combination we use. Thank you very much.
for the pumping areas in ammonia bromide. So then actually we had chambers, and we actually go through the boric acid and do the titration, and we have the continuous after the fertilizer application. We had the before application, and then Southeast United we had a protocol of how to measure the 1 hour after the following day, like that. We did a series of analysis and some cumulative values of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think the purpose is there is no question. And no question, please. Any question? So,
I'd like to request Dr. Tapan to please felicitate the speaker.
let's see this experiment.
Change on.
Thanks for giving me the floor. And good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. The title of my presentation, Soil Health Improvement and Royal under Combination Application of Organic and Inorganic Fertilizer. We know that agriculture productivity is often limited by soil nutrient availability. It is impossible to feed while increasing population by without significant increase of crop productivity through using of inorganic fertilizer, but overuse of inorganic fertilizer lead to environmental pollution and deteriorate soil health. For this, my aim of my experiment was to evaluate the improvement of soil health and rice yield in paddy soil by combination of organic and inorganic fertilizer. And the experiment was conducted in 6 consecutive rice season of Buro, that means dry season, and Amon, that means monsoon season. The experiment was comprised 7 treatments. Now I am in core part of the result. So the table 1 present the influence of soil chemical properties by combined application of organic and inorganic fertilizer. Here we saw that the treatment which received organic and inorganic fertilizer increase, that means biochar and cow dung treatment increase soil pH, total nitrogen, organic carbon, available phosphorus, exchangeable potassium, and available sulfur compared to control and only receiving inorganic fertilizer. Similar result we are found in case of figure number 1. That means the treatment which received organic and inorganic fertilizer combination, biochar treated treatment and cow dung treated treatment. So is the significant increase result in case of biomass carbon, biomass nitrogen, soil aggregation, and carbon store. In figure number 2, we found that combined application of organic and inorganic nitrogen increase rice yield compared to control and only inorganic fertilizer application. Here we found that biochar treated treatment shows the highest grain yield, straw yield, and biological yield. Finally, we conclude that the treatment which received organic and inorganic fertilizer shows the better result in case of soil health improvement and also rice yield production. That's mean the combined application of organic and inorganic fertilizer recommended for farmer practice for keeping soil alive and sustainable. Thank you for question here.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just I want to ask you that for integrated nutrient management, do you apply biochar?
Yes, biochar and fiber.
Just I have gone through it that because we know that the application of organic matter in rice field influences greenhouse green emission. Did you conduct any study regarding that one, that what is the effect of biochar on integrated?
Yes. Yeah. We know that biochar is stable carbon content element, so it reduces greenhouse gas emission, also volatilization, also leaching loss. Another study we conducted in our study area.
Thank you for your presentation. You went very quickly over treatments. So fast that I seen the text.
But that 3 times.
Supposed to be the last talk.
3 minutes.
Als die total nutrient input the same across the treatments.
No. Treatment? Yeah. This have nitrogen treatment different, but other treatment is similar. But nutrient element differ season to season.
So it's possible then that the cow manure will producing more nitrogen in addition to the urea and other nutrients. So we could have a combination of nutrient.
But here we consider only treatment as a nitrogen content from organic and inorganic source.
This just clarify whether it is on equal nitrogen basis, how long you have given 2 tons per.
Yes.
Whether it is on equal.
Now supplemented nitrogen. In case of cow dung, we this recommended dose of nitrogen in Boro 186 kg. So we applied 2 ton kg cow dung and supplemented with another amount we consider from field urea.
This.
Yeah.
So whatever you cow dung, going from this 2 tons per hectare, whatever nitrogen is there is calculated and rest is applied.
Yes.
That's
So the nitrogen in all your doses between one of treatment remains constant.
No, different. Nitrogen different, but another element. Source difference. Yes. Cow dung?
Total content of N remains the same. In
Same, yes. Only in organic nitrogen, but we consider 2 organic treatment. Here we consider biochar as a nitrification inhibitor. Yes. Yes, we in case of nitrogen, we applied for recommended dose of nitrogen and additional biochar used for, as a nitrogen inhibitor.
Yeah. Any other question? Thank you.
I'd like to request Dr. Kentaro Hayashi, please felicitate the speaker. I now request Dr. Pilzukim to please felicitate both the co-chairs. Dr. Tapan, if you could come on the stage.
So that's why I asked him that for the second half also. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Please, sir, please, sir, please.
Okay. This session has now come to an end. It's now time for lunch break. We shall meet again at 2 p.m. Indian time. I request everyone to be back after lunch break so we can start the session on time again. Thank you.
So, when you hear it, you don't have to introduce
We are just a tiny speck in this vast universe. But are we sure the truth is only what meets the eye? Think again. This is our doing. We have played and poisoned Mother Earth with our selfish motives. India, known for large-scale behavioral change programs, has once again recognized the urgency and has led the global alliance with Mission Life.
मिशन लाइफ क्लाइमेट चेंज के खिलाफ लड़ाई का लोकतांत्रिक डेमोक्रेटिक एक प्रकार से उसका विस्तार कर रहा है, जिससे हर कोई अपने सामर्थ्य के हिसाब से योगदान दे सकता है। मिशन लाइफ इस बात पर भरोसा करता है कि छोटे छोटे प्रयासों का भी व्यापक प्रभाव हो सकता है। मिशन लाइफ हमें प्रेरित करता है कि हम सब अपनी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में ऐसा बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं जिससे पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा हो।
Revolutionizing general outlook, our Prime Minister envisions to change individual and community behavior to bring in significant impact on the environmental and climate crisis. Life's objective to take individual and collective action for protecting and conserving the environment. Looking to bring in paradigm shift, Mission Life envisions 3 core transformations. Change in demand, change in this vast universe. But are we sure the truth is only what meets the eye? Think again. This is our doing. We have plagued and poisoned Mother Earth with our selfish motives.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
My dear Prakriti, remember what you have to do on earth?
Yes, Mother. I will educate people with love so that they understand mission life and maintain the environmental balance by adopting environment-friendly lifestyle.
My child, these three things will help you on your journey. First is the tiara of flowers. This will keep you happy and energetic. Second, this badge of life, which will remind people of lifestyle for environment. You can also give this badge to people who contribute for the betterment of our planet. And third, this bag of hope. Whenever someone harms the environment, you can take out eco-sustainable alternatives from the bag and inspire them to adopt Mission Life.
Okay, Mother. Now I will leave for my mission life.
There's one life, but there's one mission. Let's all work for environment, rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection. Adopting environment-friendly lifestyle is our ambition. Say no to single-use plastic. Let's use stairs instead of lift. Save water, segregate waste, reduce overconsumption and reuse again. Together we can, together we will, together we will achieve this ambition. There's one life, there's one mission. Let's all work for environmental rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection. Let's choose life for green planet vision.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के संकल्प को आप सजग रहकर मजबूती दे सकते हैं और रोजाना के कामकाज में कुछ आसान उपायों से अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं। कैसे, आइए जानते हैं। पौधों, फर्श और वाहनों आदि में पानी के उपयोग के लिए होस पाइप या पाइप के बजाय बाल्टी का उपयोग करें। एसी और आरओ से निकले पानी का पुनः उपयोग करें। जल इकाइयों को रिचार्ज करने के काम को बढ़ावा दें और औरों को भी प्रेरित करें। सब्जियों को साफ करने के बाद पानी का पुनः उपयोग पौधों को पानी देने या ऐसे किसी अन्य कार्यों के लिए करें। घर, स्कूल और कार्यालयों में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग बॉडीज का निर्माण करवाएं। लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट अपनाइए। मिशन लाइफ से दुनिया बेहतर बनाइए।
पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Hello everyone, I am Prakriti. Mobile phones and electronic devices have become essential in our lives. But do you know that e-waste generated from these is very harmful for our environment? Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has come out with solutions to address these problems in Mission Life.
लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि अपने खुद के प्रयत्न में या परिवार के साथ और अपने समुदाय के साथ मिलकर वो कौन से कदम उठा सकते हैं जिससे धरती की सुरक्षा हो सके, इस पृथ्वी की सुरक्षा हो सके। इन सारे सवालों का जवाब मिशन लाइफ में है।
Life, Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. We too have a significant role to play to mitigate our carbon footprint. Come and let us work together to reduce the e-waste for a safe environment. Do not throw the e-waste here and there. Utilize the e-recycling units to protect our environment. Use rechargeable batteries. Prefer using cloud storage over a pen drive or a hard drive. Use mobile phones and electronic items to their full life cycle. These are few small steps that can lead to a great improvement in mitigating chemical leakage in the environment. Let's choose a chemical-free environment. Choose life.
शरीर को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए योग जरूरी है। शरीर के पोषण के लिए जैसे मिलेट्स जरूरी हैं, ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फूड जरूरी हैं, ऐसे ही प्रकृति को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए और प्रदूषण को नियंत्रित करने के लिए जरूरी है कि हम वृक्ष लगाएं। अपने घरों में तुलसी, अश्वगंधा, गिलोय और नीम जैसे पेड़ पौधे लगाएं और जानवरों की खाल से बने प्रोडक्ट से दूरी बनाएं। ध्यान रखिए, अगर हम प्रकृति को बचाएंगे तो ही लाइफ को बेटर बनाएंगे।
क्या बात है, बालकनी का असली फायदा तो आप उठा रहे हो, सब्जियां उगा रहे हो।
हाँ, और इसी बहाने थोड़ा मन भी बहल जाता है।
और आंटी, लाइफ में कुछ यूजफुल करने को भी मिल जाता है।
खाद क्या डालोगी?
ऑर्गेनिक कंपोस्ट, किचन और फूड वेस्ट से तैयार करके।
ये सब कहाँ से सीखा?
स्कूल से।
मुझे भी सिखाओ, आखिर पड़ोसी ही पड़ोसी के काम आता है ना?
आप भी नेचर के करीब आइए, लाइफ को बेटर बनाइए।
Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti and I'm here to tell you about a very common issue we face every day, wasting electricity without even realizing. As small as it may look, but the problem is larger and that is why Mission Life has it in its charter.
सरकार का जोर बिजली का उत्पादन बढ़ाने के साथ ही बिजली की बचत करने पर भी है। बिजली बचाना यानी भविष्य सजाना।
Carelessly keeping that switch on may mean nothing to us, but for some, electricity is a ray of hope. On an average, our households waste about 35% of electricity every month. This doesn't just raise our own expenditure manifolds, but burdens the country, forcing it to rely on non-renewable energy. The result, polluting the environment. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Turn off the lights while leaving a room, switch to energy-efficient appliances and LED lights, unplug devices when not in use. Use natural light sources whenever available. And keep your air conditioner at 24 degrees. Save energy for better tomorrow.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, एक छोटी सी अपेक्षा आज आपसे सामने रखना चाहता हूं। इस 2 अक्टूबर को हम भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक, क्या इससे देश को मुक्ति दिला सकते हैं?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन अनुसार हमें भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त बनाना है और इसके लिए सबकी भागीदारी आवश्यक है।
बेटा जी, ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के डिब्बे, प्लास्टिक की प्लेट्स, स्ट्रॉ और ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के कप।
कितने हुए?
800 रुपए।
अरे रुको रुको, ना मैं ये लूंगी ना मैं ये लूंगी और ये तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं लूंगी। पर क्यों? जानते नहीं कि सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक का इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहिए।
सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक एक बार इस्तेमाल करने के बाद फेंक दिए जाते हैं और हमारे वातावरण को प्रदूषित करते हैं।
इसलिए भारत सरकार ने इसके इस्तेमाल पर 1 जुलाई 2022 से रोक लगाई है। ये सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक पर्यावरण में मत फैलाओ। कुछ लेने जाओ तो कपड़े के बैग को लेके जाओ और पॉलिथीन को अपने जीवन से हटाओ। प्लास्टिक के बर्तनों से अपना रिश्ता तोड़ो। स्टील, ग्लास, लकड़ी और मिट्टी के बर्तनों से नाता जोड़ो।
राइट।
प्लास्टिक के कूड़े को जल में कभी ना मिलने दे। पानी के जीवन को खतरे में ना पड़ने दे। मिशन लाइफ को अपने जीवन शैली में लाए। आओ मिलकर प्रो प्लैनेट पीपल बन जाए और पर्यावरण को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त बनाए।
पर्यावरण, वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Hello everyone, I am Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में, समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास किया है।
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified its significance in Mission Life. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Practice segregation of dry and wet waste at home. Recycle and reuse old newspapers. Set printer default to double-side printing. Donate our old clothes and books. Do not throw waste in public spaces. एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर.
ബൈക്ക് ഉണ്ട്, കാറുണ്ട്.
അത് ബൈക്കാണ് കൂടുതൽ സൗണ്ട്, കാറാണെങ്കിൽ എടുത്തു പോകണം, എക്സ്പെൻസ് കൂടുതൽ, സൈക്കിളിന് എക്സ്പെൻസ് പൈസ വേണ്ട, വളരെ ഈസിയാണ്. നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് എക്സസൈസുമായി, ശരീരത്തിന് എനർജിയായി, നമ്മൾ ചവിട്ടിപ്പോയി ശാന്തമായിട്ട് പോയിട്ട് മര്യാദയ്ക്ക് നമുക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരാം. പോലീസിനെ പേടിക്കണ്ട, ലൈസൻസ് കാണിക്കണ്ട, ഒന്നും കാണിക്കണ്ട. ഇത് സൈക്കിൾ ഫ്രീ. വേൾഡ് ഓഫ് സൈക്കിൾ ലോകത്ത് എല്ലാവരും ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. സൈക്കിളാണ് വെരി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. മൈ ലൈഫ് എന്താ പറയുക, അവനവൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യത്തിന് ഏറ്റവും വലുത് സൈക്കിളാണ്. ഇന്ന് ലോകത്ത് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സൈക്കിൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഒരു രാജ്യമാണ് ചൈന. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അധികം ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ஆமா ஏசியில வந்து உடம்புக்கு எல்லாருக்கும்
இந்த மாதிரி கார்பன் மோனாக்சைடு பைக்ல இருந்து வரலாம் நமக்கு நல்ல விஷயம். நானும் நாளையில இருந்து பைக்கில் போகலாம், സൈക്കിളിലേ പോകാം. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
നിങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിനോട് ഞാൻ 100% യോജിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞാനും നാളെ മുതൽ ഇത് പിന്തുടരും. താങ്ക് യു. താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ദ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ.
നല്ല ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ. ഞാനൊരു സൈക്കിൾ കേട്ടു. സാരി അറിയാൻ വേണ്ടി വന്നതാണ്. മാഡത്തിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ഏത് ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് ലൈറ്റാ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? പഴയ CF-ലൊക്കെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പഴയ CF-ല് ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ലൊക്കെ എത്ര വരും? എന്തായാലും 2000-ന് മുകളിലാണ് വരിക. ഇത് മാഡം നമ്മുടെ മിനിസ്ട്രി വരെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ പഴയ ലൈറ്റൊക്കെ മാറ്റിയിട്ട് LED ലൈറ്റ്, LED ലൈറ്റ് അതൊക്കെ വേണം യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. AC ഉണ്ടോ വീട്ടിൽ? വീട്ടിൽ AC ഉണ്ട്. ആ AC അതേപോലെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പവർ സേവിങ് മോഡ് വേണം ഇടാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ LED ലൈറ്റ് ഒക്കെ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ലൊക്കെ കുറയും. തീർച്ചയായും നമ്മുടെ ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ല് മാക്സിമം 2000 അല്ലേ വരുന്നത്. അതെ, അത് നേരെ പകുതിയാവും. ഒരു 500 അടുപ്പിച്ച് വരുത്തുള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ എനർജിയിൽ നമുക്ക് അപ്പം LED ലൈറ്റ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം മാഡം. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഭർത്താവിനോട് പറഞ്ഞു, എന്തായാലും എല്ലാം ഞാൻ LED ലൈറ്റ് ആക്കാൻ പോവാം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ LED ലൈറ്റ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികൾക്കും പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ലേ? പിന്നെ തീർച്ചയായും അവരുടെ ഈവൻ നമ്മുടെ എന്താ പ്രകാശം തന്നെ അവരുടെ കണ്ണുകൾക്ക് നല്ലത് ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. അധികം ഇറിറ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കത്തില്ല. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. ഓക്കെ മാം.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this session. The theme of this session, as you all know, is soil health. In this session, like the first session in the morning, we shall have oral talks and flash talks. I would like to invite our co-chairs, Dr. Vincent and Dr. Pilju Kim, to start the session. Our first speaker is Dr. Prabhat Pramanik.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Prabhat Pramanik. I work on tea growing soil. The tea is one of the major cash crops in India, and it cultivated under humid subtropical condition. And you can there are two major tea growing regions in India. One is North India or northeastern region, and another is southern region. And I work in Tea Research Association, who looks after the research in northeastern region. And that actually that out of total tea growing soil, 21.3% soil comes under our research area. And now tea is cultivated, as I told, under subtropical humid condition as bushes. Though it's a shrub, but it cultivated as bushes. That means it periodically pruned after every 3 or 4 years. Now, what is that tea growing soil is typically acidic in nature. That optimum pH is 4.5 to 5.5. That means that under acidic condition, we have to maintain the maximum possible nutrient availability in the soil. And because it's cultivated under a humid condition, that rainfall in this region is very high. It's up to 3,500 to 4,000 millimeter per year. And lots of nitrogen is applied in soil. So you can understand that that's a deadly combination, that lots of rainfall along with that high nitrogen application rate. So as I mentioned, that tea bushes are pruned periodically. So that's a picture of one pruned section where bushes are pruned. And these are the pruning litters that generated in field. And it amounts a huge quantity. I mean, fresh weight might be 6,000 to 17,000 kg per hectare. Now, problem is that because these 70% of those pruning litters are hard stems, and it takes a long time to degrade. So what happens that those hard stems are taken out of the field and used as fuels by workers. Now, these pruning litters contains more than 1% nitrogen. So we can understand that huge amount of nitrogen is removed by this process. So our objective is to utilize, especially those hard pruning stem part of those pruning litters as organic amendment, because this is huge quantity and it has a huge potential to be used as organic amendment. Only problem is that they are very hard to degrade. So for that, we isolated cellulitic microbial stems from tea growing soil, because our hypothesis that though it's taking long time, but there are microorganisms which has potential to degrade pruning litter. So to fulfill that, based on that hypothesis, we isolated cellulitic microbial streams from tea growing soil and studied their cellulose degrading potential. And the best strain, what we observed through our lab study, that we identified that one, and that Bacillus species it was identified as Bacillus rugosus, and then we incubated, we conducted one incubation study to evaluate its effect on pruning litter under laboratory conditions. So after 3 months, what we observed that that those cellulitic strains were applied, they had some of them had high potential to degrade those stems, and because that CM6, that Bacillus species had the highest potential, it was considered for further study. Is it time completed? 15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So so then we conducted same study to evaluate what is the effect of those stems on those strains on the stems of pruning litters. Then we observed that where you can see that lower picture, that we can see that those stems are actually degrading the strains, those cellulitic stem. Or here, this is the picture of CM6. It actually degraded the stems under laboratory condition. After this is the study after 3 months of incubation. So based on that study, we then proceed to the field trial, where this is a pruned section of tea garden. Then we taken out the stems or pruning litter and shredded that one in field by shredding machine, and then applied, reapplied or broadcasted that one in field. And thereafter we applied that culture of CM6 on that one with backpack. And these were our treatments, where those stems, pruning litter were applied, undertook as in two forms. One was just chopped, another shredded, and we applied 3 doses of urea. And this is the pluckable portion of tea plants. These are the 2 leaves and a bud. This is plucked under field condition, and every week. So we there are trained pluckers who actually pluck those shoots, and we recorded that one weekly. After, in every week, those shoots were plucked. So this is the weekly data of yield of tea shoots, and then we estimated that cumulative productivity of each treatment. There we can see that because of those shred applications that were shredded form of tea, those pruning litters were applied with the strains, they had shown some higher productivity, but it was not significantly different. But organic carbon content was also increased a little bit, and especially that nitrogen availability in soil was increased considerably. Now our concern was that because the nitrogen content availability is increasing, what is the effect of those available nitrogen or nitrate nitrogen on the nitrous oxide emissions from soil? And this is the microbial study of soil. You can see that microbial activity was increased due to application of shredded pruning litter. It suggests that when we applied pruning litter in the shredded form with some effective cellulitic microorganism, it actually increased, degraded them, and boosted the soil microbial community. Now, that's how we actually used, used closed chamber method for estimating nitrous oxide emission from soil. And this is a portable sensor that was used for estimating nitrous oxide emission from soil, and it was installed under the field condition and kept that one for half an hour, and that face of the sensor was outward direction, so that we can monitor the changes in the reading of that one. So these are the periodical data that we estimated nitrous oxide emission in 30 days interval. And this is the cumulative nitrous oxide emission flux from soil. Sorry. That red bar, it is showing that global warming potential as affected by different treatment. Here we can see that where though that total emission did not differ significantly, but when we calculated that global warming potential, that means total plus divided by the T productivity, there these two treatments were shredded pruning litter was applied with 90% recommended dose of urea. That has shown the best result in terms of mitigation of global warming potential. So we can say that if we can apply some effective indigenous cellulitic microbial strain to degrade pruning litter, here we tried pruning litter, but any hard waste material can be recycled by using indigenous cellulitic microbial strain, and it will help to mitigate nitrous oxide emission and will boost soil health also. So this is the conclusion, as I told that. Okay. Thank you very much. And this work is funded by DBT. Thank you very much.
You are using nitrogen 100% actually for that. Then you are also using your cellulosic in any case, when you use nitrogen, your degradation potential with the native population always very increases. So what is that organism that CM6 is doing here? How do you do it?
Right, madam. Thank you for the question query. That here I used one treatment, that is what is the recommended. Just only chemical fertilizer, and another. Okay, that you are asking whether that nitrogen application is because of nitrogen application that was degraded or not.
But in your treatment, you do not have a treatment which is exclusively with your organism without any NF.
Yes, but under yeah, that is true. But under the laboratory condition, we evaluated that what is the potential of those strains. That's why, yeah, you are saying, yeah, yeah. Any more in there? We sprayed as a broth solution using backpack. Yeah, after shredding or chopping, we applied that one, broadcasted on field, and thereafter we applied that one. First, it was irrigated one day. Thereafter, it was irrigated so that it will be moist. Thereafter, next day, it was that culture was applied. 5%, 5% at the rate of 5%. I mean that culture had the CFU in the order of 10 to the power 8. Then we applied at 5% rate. Yeah. Yes, madam. It was Bacillus rugosus. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kindly felicitate the speaker, sir. I'd like to now invite Dr. Mona Mestri to please.
Hello and good afternoon. Okay, sorry. Hello and good afternoon. I'm going to present my work about soil fertility and structural stability of sand loam soil of Tunisian soil. Mona Mashri, I'm from Tunisia, and I'm a scientist in the National Institute of Field Crops. I'm the regional representative of the African Association for Precision Ag, and I'm the ambassador of Soil of Information Community of Practices in Israel. Okay, I'm going to present work from Tunisia, but this from Latin America. This is two countries, Haiti and Dominican Republic, and we can see here like a difference of vegetation, of soil vulnerability. And there is no difference between these two countries. Maybe the alone difference is a policy regarding climate change and how can we preserve soil in this country. And here is one of the cause of the problem of climate change and how can we decrease the soil fertility and soil health in some area. And unfortunately that in general in Mediterranean South country, and especially in Tunisia, we have a problem of decline of soil structural stability, soil physics, and it's linked to the decline of organic matter in those countries. Landscape in Tunisia is considered vulnerable, and the impact of climate change is very clear. And this picture is taken in last year during June, during summer or harvest time. It should be the color of straw should be yellow. It's the normal behavior. But in this year, we recorded some precipitation and even a lot of precipitation during this period. And this precipitation make a kind of degradation of our crop, the main crop, durum wheat in Tunisia. It's known that sustainable agriculture system is the sustainability can ensure a lot of points, such as contributing to the well-being of farmers, can achieve sufficient productivity, enhance also natural resources, and making farming financially good. But to some of the indicators of soil sustainable management that are declining in Mediterranean country, such as Tunisia, is loss of soil biodiversity, imbalance of nutrient, salinization and solidification, soil pollution, soil organic content in decline, and problem of soil erosion. Certainly, there is some point to improve or to achieve this agriculture and preserve our land by diversity of cropping system, by keeping the ground covered, by enhance organic matter, by prevent soil compaction. And one of these techniques or system that can improve or reach this point is conservation agriculture. And for this, I'm going to present a study conducted in Tunisia in semi-arid region in sandy loam soil. And this part is a kind of living lab. It's established since 1999, this experience. And there's two tillage method is no tillage and more broad plowing, and 4 scenario of rotation. It's faba bean, durum wheat, faba bean, oats, and oats faba bean. And for this work, we make a sampling for the part previous by durum wheat and oats for 2 tillage method, no tillage and conventional tillage. We make a sampling because it's a big area. It's about 8 hectares, and each 1 hectare is considered as a treatment. For example, here we can see it's a no tillage with previous crop, durum wheat, and the current crop of this year, for example, is fava bean, and etc. We make composite sample. We split it each hectare into 3 parts, and in each part we make it some sampling, composite sampling, and to determine physics parameter, we did not disturb the soil. This is the characteristics of or the properties of the soil after 13 years of the experiment, and we can here observe that for no tillage method, there's a big difference between no tillage and conventional tillage. For example, for soil organic carbon. Yeah. And which kind of parameter we recorded or we assessed the different aggregates, such as macro aggregates, meso aggregate, micro aggregate, and the part of silt and clay. And we observe that for the no tillage method, that the part more than 2 millimeter, it's contains straw, etc. It's more for the treatment no tillage, and it's normal because for the no tillage we don't remove the straw and the residue. And we observe also that for no tillage method we record the highest percentage of macro aggregates, and the micro aggregates are recorded for the conventional tillage method. We determined also the carbon associated in each aggregate, and here we can observe that the most important percentage of carbon is sequestrated maybe in the part of less than 53 micrometer. This one is the particle part of silt and clay. We assess also the nitrogen associated to different kind of micro aggregates, and we observe here that the percent of total nitrogen is associated more to no tillage, to conventional tillage method. Here, according to Le Bisonnet method, we determined the structural stability of the soil, and there are the three type of structural method. There is fast weighting, reweighting with ethanol, slow weighting, and the average of all of them. And we observe that the GMP, the more important, is always for no tillage method. The average also. And last parameters are the ratio of fulvic substances and humic substances of it's a part of organic matter, and we observe that the ratio that is indicating the molecular weight of humic substances is high for the no tillage. Same thing for humic acids. Here, there is a correlation between different parameters, but I'm focused for carbon and different parameters. There's always a significant high correlation between organic carbon and all the tests of stability. As a conclusion, it's the last slide. As a conclusion, the improvement of soil aggregation and structure is a reflection of the improvement of soil organic sequestration. And the wheat as a previous crop, maybe because it's producing more biomass and more residue, allow the high level of organic sequestration and gave the more stability of the soil. Thank you. And this one is the landscape of Tunisia. It's a mixture between olive and durum. Thank you. Thank you, Vincent. Okay, thank you for your question. But it should be in the rotation, not as monoculture. It should be associated in monoculture and with rotation with legume, for example, because wheat only it will destroy the soil because we will use one layer of 20 centimeters. But if wheat with different sequence of, for example, legume, wheat, it can improve. Why? Because the production of residue of the wheat more important than the oats in our case. And also the quantity of carbon for the total biomass of the wheat is more important than oats. This is for our case. I don't know. Please. All right. No. For this, there's another team working in the nitrogen use, but for our case, we are working in other aspects, especially soil physics. Okay, if I understand well, I should explain. Okay, this is a kind of living lab. It's a big land of relatively big, of 8 hectares. And in each 1 hectare, we have a treatment. For example, for the first treatment, we have no tillage, and we have 2 crops. One, for example, for previous year, and one for this year. And just the other treatment, we have the conventional tillage with the same scenario. And after we have no tillage, but there's the opposite. For example, in the beginning it was fava o, the other one is oat fava, etc. And with this we have 8 treatments. Yeah, it's in fact it's not my own experience. It's the institute or the project experience, and each scientist is making some relevant studies. It's relevant to the field of expertise. Yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to request Dr. Vincent to please felicitate the speaker. Our next talk is by Dr. Upendra Kumar. If you're here, please.
Respected chair, co-chair, distinguished scientist, my dear friends, and most importantly, my madam, my MSc PhD guide, Dr. Annapurna madam, Sonal Lachmi madam, and at the outset, I am thankful to giving opportunity to present my work. I am Upendra Kumar, working in rice more than 15 years. So I'm basically microbiologist and working on nitrogen aspects. So here I'm presenting the success story of rice-specific endophytic Azotobacter crucum liquid formulations, and we have given name NRI Indo N because I'm working in ICR National Rice Research Institute, Qatar. So this is an example of translation research from lab to land. So as we know, the green revolution in India. So basically what it is there, so this is a yield orientation. So they forget about the soil, and soil is live due to microbes. You all agree that. So what would be the impact of these microbes in soil? So very less work has been done earlier. So that has been influenced on continuous application of fertilizers, pesticide, and whatnot. Climate change also. So soil health is most important. So Government of India also recognized the soil health, and crore of samples, soil samples has been analyzed, and it has been found that most of the soil are deficient of almost all nutrients. If you see here, 97% of the soils are deficient of nitrogen. Organic carbon, 85%. So likewise, many deficiencies are there. And one more thing, so once the importance of urea has been realized by Indian government, in 1961, they have introduced free of cost. Farmer has denied the use of urea, but once they realize the importance, they overusing that. You just see the scenario, fertilizer in consumption has been increased by 11 times, but in uptake efficiency is only increased by 10 times. So you just, early in the morning also we're listening that most of the nitrates are labile in nature and mobile in nature. It is going all dimensions. So it is creating lot of problem. because nitrogen use efficiency is 30%. In rice, mostly 50% is there. So what happens? It alters the soil health also. So coming to the nitrogen fertilizer, one of the study we have done in PhD, and we found that for the aromatic rice, basmati rice, more of dose of nitrogen application is there. There, after application of that, nitrogen frequency is going to be decreased. One long-term fertility experiment we have, and that has been initiated in 1969. So what happened? Continuous application of nitrogen alone, the functional diversity of microbial community has been decreased. Or that has been published in Ecological India. One of the study, what we have seen, continuous application of nitrogen alone over 47 years, actually likely to extinct some of the minor phyla of bacteria. So definitely it is an eye opener for us. So definitely we have to use some balanced use of inorganic and organic fertilizers. And these reports with the collaboration of Australia CSIO we have done, and that has been reported in Indian Science Wire, DNA, how fertilizer use alters soil bacteria. So based on these findings and earlier findings, now government has framing policy to reduce the usage of chemical fertilizer, especially urea. So what would be the alternative? One of the alternative is biofertilizer. We have to use biofertilizer. What is the trend of biofertilizer? So just see globally, it is increasing 12.3%, and see the $1 billion market is there. Coming to the India also, again it is increasing here. But if you see the biofertilizer production all over the India, actually 6 states account for 86% production. Means it is not accounting all over the India. I am working in Eastern India, their biofertilizer production is there only 4%. And that is a major belt of rice growing area. If you really reduce urea, then you must think rice, because rice is the main cultivated area. 43 billion hectares is there. So you know importance of this nitrogen fixing bacteria in legume, but their area is very less. This is the problem. We know that 50 to 20 kg nitrogen is actually required for production 1 ton of rice. But nitrogenous fertilizers are becoming increasingly costlier due to the dependency on fossil fuels, and every year fertilizer subsidy bills are also increasing. Our DGICR has also projected crore rupees subsidies there. And this necessitates actually development of rice specific biofertilizer. So what is the nitrogen fixing bacteria is there? But one main problem is there. Once you apply, 50% of bacteria is going to be died. So why not endophytes? Just like a rhizobia, it is going inside of the rice plant. So one of the some of the environmental constraint, it is reduced if it is going inside of that. In this connection, we have developed endophytic nitrogen fixing bacteria. That is, that Azotobacter purucum, that is a free living bacteria, but the first time endophytic Azotobacter purucum, we have developed the formulation, and we have given NRI Indo-N name. So this is the background. We have isolated this endophytic bacteria from the Swarna root, and whether it is endophyte or not, we have proved through trait-based analysis, because calcium chloride based transformation, it is performing the cyst. That's why we just made this fluorescence based, resonance based transfer, and it is going inside, and we have published this one in Biology and Fertility of Soil. And then so many endophytes are there. But why we characterize this one? We have isolated this one based on this so many plant growth promoting traits. So we can see here so many endophytes are there, but this particular strain is actually showing the plant growth promotion in rice. And then we did the dose optimization, and also same waste we have seen. So their colonization we have observed. And based on pot experiment, field experiment thrice, we have published this in microbiology research, which shows the potentiality of that. And after that, we made formulation, liquid formulation of that. This is the passport data. Again, we have started this one because his shelf life is 12 months is there. Before going off that one, we did the whole genome sequencing of Azotobacter purucum. And there we found that, yes, nitrogen fixing pathway is there. And also we compare with the formulation with this individual strain, and that is so more carbon profiling, more utilization of carbon sources. We know the nitrogen fixation is the actually energy intensive process. So here you can see here, so simpler carbon sources are utilized by the Azotobacter purucum, so that actually gives the conducive environment for increasing the shelf life. Then we have gone for the time analysis because we need to see the interaction of Azotobacter with the rice. So previously we have done through freight analysis and also the same, but this time we have done time analysis, and you can see easily control, no colonization is there, single individual strain it is showing only very less colonization is there, but you can say formulation many strains are many colonizations are there. Then with that formulation we have started the field experiment. So 6 times we have done there. One project is also there, and 30 locations we have tested across the Odisha. And also we have tested at IRI and also Hyderabad, because that one institute is there, Hyderabad. So yield advantage is there 30.32%, besides saving 25% of the nitrogen. This is the full data. And third party evaluation we have done, because based on the fertilizer control order, Azotobacter curcum is something is there, we have to fulfill that fertilizer control order to what it is there, Azotobacter curcum na. So third party evaluation with our state government is there has been tested, and it is fulfilling the requirement of Azotobacter and it given the certificate. What is uniqueness of this one? This is a endophyte is there, and it is increasing the rice yield by 10.22%, besides saving approximately 25% of the nitrogen. This is actually benefit. So we have calculated the benefit based on the farmer practice, and then recommended dose of fertilizer, and also end-to-end. So it is actually saving the 25% of nitrogen. This is the calculation we have made, and we also made the partial productivity, and we found that more in case of if you apply the endophytic Azotobacter prococum, and the benefit cost ratio also we have calculated. Based on these findings, we have also published this technology has been published as ICR technology as a biofertilizer, and also it technology is also repository is there ICR, and technology bulletin also we have published. But awareness and demonstration also need to be required. So we have demonstrated and made awareness. We have analyzed the impact analysis based on the sample size of. And this is the ex-DG of ICR and the present DG of ICR. You have seen Himanshu Pathak sir. They have seen in 2017. And mass production is the most important, because lab scale we have to generate, but we have to do mass production for the selling and all those things, outreaching. So for mass production, we have made liquid biofertilizer production unit, which has capacity is 1.5 lakh liter per year. So recently it has been inaugurated, and the cost of that liquid biofertilizer is 200 rupees per liter. And there is no competition because endophytic nature is there. Target market means what? 43 million hectare area is there. If we suppose 700 milliliter per 1 acre, 1 hectare is there, so 25 million that liter is required. If multiply with 200, so actually 500 lakh or 50 million. Actually, if you target 1% of that area, so 50 million is the Indian rupees is the market size of that. So based on that calculation, initially 10% of that production, 20% and 30% we calculated, and this license, non-exclusive license, we have given for the 3 lakh. And also we got supply order also. So one supply order we have attached here. One thing is that under moisture deficit state, how it is working. So one experiment also we have done. This is the final one, and then we have made simple formulation of that one, and this is the mechanism. And based on these findings, some awards are there. My students also got, myself also got, and this is the best scientist award I got 2017 and 2023 also best performer award, and the most renowned award Lal Bahadur Shastri Nanaji Deshmukh award also I received. Thank you very much for giving much time. 12 months. Yeah, that formulation we have made with the some osmosis protectant is there. Okay, adhesive is there and all those things. Formula I'm not disclosing because I'm going for the patent of that one. So unique formula is there. Shelf life is I have put 12 months, but I have made formulation in 2018. Okay, and that is still 10.5 CFU is there. But once 12 up to 12 months, okay, 10.9 CFU per ml is. This one is Acetobacter crocum. What I feel, everybody is telling that that is aerobic only, but we have isolated from the rice root. So it is a endophytic nature. So once we are going for the root deep technique and leave for the 2 or 3 hours, it is going inside of that. So in rice submerged condition also, it is working well because we have demonstrated many. No, it is aerobic. Of course, it is aerobic, but it is endophyte. It is going inside. Hmm. What I told you, actually 75% nitrogen, recommended dose is 80 kg nitrogen per hectare is there. So we are applying 60 kg nitrogen, okay, and rest is from the, this 25 kg is coming from the, or this Acetobacter crocum. Once we are applying, okay, we are not applying urea fertilizer, okay, that time. So in 3 splits we are applying. So after treatment of that one, after 7 days or 15 days, we are going to, so that there is no inhibition of nitrogen fixing.
I'd like to now request Dr. Chesangli to please take the podium.
So use the mouse to indicate to someone. So you don't have a laser point. Laser pointer here. This one. Or I can turn it on. Oh, okay. This one doesn't work on the screen. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. My pleasure to give a presentation on the we call the complete ammonia oxidation bacteria. So yeah, I'm from the University of Melbourne, yeah, in Australia. Yeah. Got to. Oh, okay. So you don't have a automatic control. So you know, yeah, nitrogen cycling is a main microbial process. So, for example, nitrification, denitrification, biological, yeah, nitrogen fixation are mediated by the microbes. So if we want to control the nitrogen cycling process, we need to understand the microbes carry out those processes. So in this regard, we need to understand the microbes involved in the process and also develop approaches to control those microbes. As you know, yeah, so the nitrogen cycling, yeah, here I will talk about the nitrification. So the nitrification process is microbes oxidize ammonia into nitrite and nitrate. So there are many microbes are involved in this process. Mainly, there are 3 types of ammonia oxidizing microorganisms. One is we call the ammonia oxidizing bacteria. Yeah, I suppose most people know this bacteria. They are discovered in 1890, is over 130 years ago. We have known this ammonia oxidizing bacteria. And another group is called the ammonia oxidizing archaea. This is discovered in 2005. And also, more recently, is a complete ammonia oxidizing bacteria is discovered in 2015, just several years ago. So with the development of molecular technology in the field of nitrification microorganism field, progress quickly. So we need to understand, in different systems, which microbes are play the major role in the nitrification. So this is ammonia oxidizing bacteria. So they are discovered in 1890, is over 100 years ago. So those bacteria can oxidize ammonia into nitrite and then to nitrate. Certainly, this process contributes a lot of, for example, to the nitrogen loss, like those leaching, or because they oxidize ammonia into nitrate, and then through the denitrification causes the loss of the nitrogen in the system. And then is ammonia oxidizing archaea. So actually, ammonia oxidizing archaea were discovered in 2005. So firstly, they are isolated from the marine system, and also in 2006, it was found, archaea predominate in many soils as the ammonia oxidizing microorganisms. So these are discovered in 2015. This is a complete nitrification microorganisms. So they were also discovered from the mainly marine system and water system. So one is enriched from a deep oil well, and another from agriculture system. These are 2 Nature publications in 2015. So this we call the commonwealth bacteria. These are complete ammonia oxidizers. They are quite different from AOB, ammonia oxidizing bacteria and archaea. So they are differentiated in the phylogenetic tree, and also they are more in the, we call the oligotrophic lifestyle or oligotrophic environment, like in the marine or some water system, because there are very low available substrate ammonia. So we want to know in the soil system, particularly in the nitrogen fertilizer system, if there are those homomorphs, if there is, they play the active role in this fertilizer system. So we try to use, we call the step isotope probing method to differentiate those contribution of AOA, AOB, and commonwealths. Because those ammonia oxidizers are autotrophs, when they oxidize ammonia into nitrite, they need to fix carbon dioxide. So we developed the method to carry out this research, because when ammonia oxidizes ammonia, they fix carbon dioxide. And then we use the centrifugation method. Yeah, we can differentiate the carbon 12 and the carbon 13 DNA because the carbon 13 DNA is heavier than the carbon 12 DNA. So use this method, we can, for example, this we did a couple of years ago. Yeah, we incubate the soil with carbon 12 and carbon 13 carbon dioxide. And then we incubate 2 weeks or 4 weeks. And then we measure that this is called buoyant density, how heavy is the DNA. And then we can see for the ammonia oxidizing archaea, the group shift to the heavier position. This is for the ammonia oxidizing bacteria. They keep their peat in this area. This means in this soil, ammonia oxidizing archaea play the major role in the nitrification. So we can further do this is called the DGG molecular analysis to identify those microbes involved in the nitrification or ammonia oxidation. So this kind of research can differentiate which microbes are involved in those active nitrification. So using this method, we carried out some, we call the incubation experiment. So we selected 2 soils from Victoria in Australia. We're using some nitrification inhibitors. This is ethylene, is a non-specific inhibitor. And then this is 1-octane. They are specific for AOB. And then we try to study which microbes play the role in the nitrification. So from this incubation experiment, if we incubate it for 4 weeks, we can see, this is a control. This is with ammonia fertilizer applied. This is with 2 different inhibitors. And then we can see the change of the this is the common MOX clade A. This is for the common MOX. If we have the inhibitor, for example, ethylene, it will inhibit the growth of the common MOX. It means in this soil, common MOX bacteria could be inhibited by the inhibitors ethylene, but not this inhibitor octane. They specifically inhibit ammonia oxidizing bacteria. And then we're using the carbon 13 to trace, which microbes are play the role. In this soil, we can see the peak move to the heavier side, and also in this soil. And then we get those band. We can cut those band of the bacteria and then do the sequence analysis. So we identify the new class of the complete ammonia oxidizing bacteria. They are different from those species from the marine system or from the aquatic system. So the key finding from this experiment is a nitrogen fertilizer input significantly increased the abundance of those common MOX nitrospira, and also ethylene significantly inhibit common MOX nitrospira. And then in this way, we can make the conclusion, so the common MOX could actively contribute to the nitrification in the nitrogen fertilized soil. So we have recent, this year have invited a review paper to show this kind of research. And also this is my PhD student. She has published quite a few papers in this field, yeah, in soil biology and biochemistry, and also some other journals. Thank you. Yeah. 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 Thank you. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Yeah. We are trying to develop some collaboration, and also he requested to get some primers from my lab like this. Yeah. Yes, we found, yeah, we found a lot of those common mocks, and also we identified a new class of common mocks from the agricultural soil, with which has higher nitrogen content compared to those, for example, marine or aquaculture system. Yeah. In the process, so they still oxidize ammonia into nitrite and then to nitrate in one microorganism or in one microbial cell. But for those traditional two-step nitrification, yeah, two different types of microorganisms work together. So the ammonia oxidizing bacteria oxidize ammonia into nitrite, and then they excrete nitrite outside of the cell, and then another group of nitrite oxidizing bacteria oxidize nitrite into nitrate. So this is a combined function of two group of microbes. But for the complete ammonia oxidation bacteria, they do the job just by themselves. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, yeah. So not really. Yeah. So for the complete ammonia oxidizers, they have the like AMO gene and HAO. Yeah, it's a hydronamine oxidizing genes. And also they have the nitrite oxidizing genes. So they can do the job in the cell just in one species. Probably the process is the same. Yeah.
Dr. Vincent, please felicitate the speaker. Is Dr. Isaka Emmanuel here? Yes. So yeah. All right. So Now we'll be breaking off for a coffee break. I request everyone to be back on time. That is 3:45 Indian time after the break, and we shall start with our next session. Thank you. The felicitation for the chair would be done after 5 p.m. And yeah, thank you. I request you all to please stay for another 5 minutes. We shall be felicitating the chairs now. Yeah. All right, I request Dr. Annapurna to please felicitate the chairs. Thank you, everyone. We shall now meet after the coffee break at 3:45. Thank you.
We are just a tiny speck. It's vast universe. But are we sure the truth is only what meets the eye? We are just a tiny speck. It's vast universe. But are we sure the truth is only what meets the eye? Think again. This is our doing. We have played and poisoned Mother Earth with our selfish motives. India, known for large-scale behavioral change programs, has once again recognized the urgency and has led the global alliance with Mission Life.
मिशन लाइफ क्लाइमेट चेंज के खिलाफ लड़ाई का लोकतांत्रिक डेमोक्रेटिक एक प्रकार से उसका विस्तार कर रहा है, जिससे हर कोई अपने सामर्थ्य के हिसाब से योगदान दे सकता है। मिशन लाइफ इस बात पर भरोसा करता है कि छोटे छोटे प्रयासों का भी व्यापक प्रभाव हो सकता है। मिशन लाइफ हमें प्रेरित करता है कि हम सब अपनी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में ऐसा बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं जिससे पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा हो।
Revolutionizing general outlook, our Prime Minister envisions to change individual and community behavior to bring in significant impact on the environmental and climate crisis. Life's objective to take individual and collective action for protecting and conserving the environment. Looking to bring in paradigm shift, Mission Life envisions three core transformations: change in demand, change in supply, and change in policy. Simplistically put, lifestyle for environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily life.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन।
Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti and I'm here to tell you about a very common issue we face every day: wasting electricity without even realizing. As small as it may look, but the problem is larger, and that is why Mission Life has it in its charter.
सरकार का जोर बिजली का उत्पादन बढ़ाने के साथ ही बिजली की बचत मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
प्रकृति बेटा, पृथ्वी पर तुम्हें क्या करना है तुम्हें पता है ना?
मुझे लोगों को प्यार से इंस्पायर और लाइफ के लिए एजुकेट करना है, ताकि वो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज का उपयोग कर इस पृथ्वी को बचाए रखें।
इसमें तुम्हारी मदद करेंगी ये 3 चीजें। पहली, टियारा ऑफ फ्लावर्स, जो तुम्हें हमेशा हैप्पी और एनर्जेटिक रखेंगे। दूसरा, ये बैज ऑफ लाइफ जो लोगों को पर्यावरण के लिए लाइफ जीवन शैली की याद दिलाएगा। जब वे प्रकृति की रक्षा करेंगे तो प्रकृति उनकी रक्षा करेगी। तुम ये बैज उन लोगों को भी दे सकती हो जो हमारे प्लानिट की बेहतरी के लिए योगदान करते हैं। और तीसरा, ये बैग ऑफ होप। जब भी कोई एनवायरनमेंट को हार्म करे तो तुम इसमें से इको सस्टेनेबल ऑल्टरनेटिव निकाल कर उसे देना।
ओके, अब मैं अपने मिशन पर चलती हूँ। है एक जीवन, है एक मिशन। आओ हम सब मिलकर करें पर्यावरण संरक्षण, पर्यावरण संरक्षण। हर बंदे का और शहर चले इको फ्रेंडली रिस्पांसिबल की लड़ाई है। यार फूल को अब सब जने अपनाएंगे, अपना शॉपिंग बैग साथ ले जाएंगे। हमारा हमारा स्वच्छ बनेगा।
पर्यावरण वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti. Mobile phones and electronic devices have become essential in our lives. Do you know that e-waste generated from these is very harmful for our environment? Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has come out with solutions to address these problems in Mission Life.
लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि अपने खुद के प्रयत्न में या परिवार के साथ और अपने समुदाय के साथ मिलकर वो कौन से कदम उठा सकते हैं जिससे धरती की सुरक्षा हो सके, इस पृथ्वी की सुरक्षा हो सके। इन सारे सवालों का जवाब मिशन लाइफ में है।
Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. We too have a significant role to play to mitigate our carbon footprint. Come and let us work together to reduce the e-waste for a safe environment. Do not throw the e-waste here and there. Utilize the e-recycling units to protect our environment. Use rechargeable batteries. Prefer using cloud storage over a pen drive or a hard drive. Hello everyone. I am Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में, समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास।
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified its significance in Mission Life. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Practice segregation of dry and wet waste at home. Recycle and reuse old newspapers. Set printer default to double-side printing. Donate our old clothes and books. Do not throw waste in public spaces. एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर। Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में, समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास है।
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified its significance in Mission Life. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Practice segregation of dry and wet waste at home. Recycle and reuse old newspapers. Set printer default to double-side printing. Donate our old clothes and books. Do not throw waste in public spaces. एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर। Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में, समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास है।
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified its significance in Mission Life. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Practice segregation of dry and wet waste at home. Recycle and reuse old newspapers. Set printer default to double-side printing. Donate our old clothes and books. Do not throw waste in public spaces. एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर। Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में, समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास है।
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified its significance in Mission Life. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Practice segregation of dry and wet waste at home. Recycle and reuse old newspapers. Set printer default to double-side printing. Donate our old clothes and books. Do not throw waste in public spaces. एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर। Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में, समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास।
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified
Oh,
Very low. Dr. Jerry, are we audible to you?
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Is there any chance you can speak a little louder?
Oh, okay. Let me check. What about now? Let me.
So could you speak again, just so we're sure?
Can you hear me?
Great, you're audible now. We'll be beginning in the next 10 minutes. Sorry for the delay. The participants will just be back from the tea break. You can try sharing your screen so that we know that there are no technical problems.
Okay.
Just share your screen.
But you can hear me, right?
Sorry?
You can hear me, right? You can hear me. Like,
Could you please put it in the text box? The view is a little.
We can't hear you that clearly, sir. The voice is still echoing. So we can't hear you clearly, sir.
can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Perfect, sir. Can you please share a screen?
Sorry?
So can you please share your screen? We can hear you clearly.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect, sir. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so the screen is visible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
So you can stop sharing and we'll let you know when to share.
Yeah. Okay, let's stop sharing.
Sir, am I audible?
Oh yeah.
So we'll let you know when to share your screen. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we'll be beginning. Pointer वाला
Hello. So are we ready to start? We have our people online.
We have these speakers online. The people who have got to present online are there.
And we're keeping this here?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, okay. So we're okay to go?
Yeah. We just asking to share this.
Where can I
So time will be there. I'll be here if you need me around. So
fine. So we will do a swap. One. So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after your coffee break. We're here to talk about air pollution, and we've got a great list of presenters ready to roll. Some online, some in the room, and we welcome you if you're in the room. We welcome you for online. If you're a speaker in the room, as far as I can understand, that is the camera up on the ceiling. So you can talk to you and you can talk to the camera on the ceiling. But I don't want to say too many words. We're going to try to aim that each speaker does 10 minutes, if you can. That will give a few minutes for questions after each, because each slot is 15 minutes. So without further ado, we have a presentation from Sinru Gay, who is online, and Jerry for short. And we look forward to hearing you, Sinru, on the spatial and temporal distribution of ammonia emission estimates. So if you can hear us, let's see if we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Can
you hear me? Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Jerry G, calling from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. And something about myself. So I have been studying geosciences, in the past studies, and I received my PhD at Wageningen University on ammonia emissions, detailing in space and time. So this right now, I work as a scientist at a Netherlands Organization for Applied Science Research. This is a study I work together with Martijn Schaap, Hans Cross, and Wim de Vries titled Improving the Spatial and Temporal Distribution of Ammonia Emission Estimates Using Spatially Explicit Emission Fractions and Phenology-Derived Time Profiles. So yeah, here's my results and presentation. First, some little background. We all know that ammonia plays a key role in nitrogen deposition and PM formation and has a large negative impacts because it leads to the eutrophication and acidification of ecosystems. On the right side, that is a figure illustrating the eutrophication critical loads existence caused by atmospheric nitrogen deposition. And you can see that most of Western Europe, Northern Italy, and Northern Spain, the eutrophication exceedance loads are over the limit. It means that the biodiversity are under risk there. Actually, it's pretty common in all over Europe and also all over the world. And the dominant source of ammonia emission is agriculture. And the key subsector of agriculture, of course, is the livestock housing and manure storage and manure and fertilizer application on crops and grassland. However, we know the side effects of ammonia emissions and nitrogen deposition, but there are large uncertainties in ammonia emission budgets, both at the global and regional scale. So, as we can see here, almost more than half of the ammonia emissions come from animal housing and manure storage in the case of the Netherlands. Around 40% comes from manure and fertilizer application, and a really small amount come from grazing. On the map here illustrates the spatial distribution of ammonia emissions in northwestern Europe, and you can clearly see that the hotspots are located in the Netherlands, Western Germany, which are agriculturally active regions. And however, right now we use models to distribute ammonia emissions in space and time, but this is an example of default yearly time profiles we use to allocate the spatial distribution of ammonia in time. You can see that it is quite simplified and static because it is country dependent for all agricultural sectors. So these time profiles, we don't distinguish the livestock housing, manure storage, and application sectors. Also, these kind of time profiles, they do not account for meteorological dependent emission fraction or the timing of the application on the fields. And it also neglects the impacts of local agricultural management and legislation. So the goal of our research is to stepwise improve the quantification of spatial temporal variability in agricultural ammonia emissions by accounting for variations in agricultural practices, livestock distributions, crop distributions, and meteorology. So this is a scheme of our model or our study. So we're taking a lot of inputs. For example, emissions statistics about animal numbers, like crop fertilizer need. We also account for farming practices and legislation. For example, in some European countries, there is a blocking period, which means that when it's winter, manure application is prohibited. And we also look at the crop maps derived from remote sensing, because different crops, they have different manure demand or nitrogen demand. And we also look at the meteorology data, because depending on the climate or the local climate, the manure application occurs at different times over the year. that will also have an impact on the temporal distribution of ammonia emissions. So after we take into account all these inputs, we can derive the spatial distribution of ammonia emission and the temporal profiles to allocate this spatial distribution in time. So in the end, we have a 4D distribution of ammonia, and then we import them into a chemistry transport model, which is used to derive surface concentrations or total columns, which are validated with in-situ measurements. So this is the workflow of our study to detail ammonia emissions in space and time. And first, we made a improvement in the temporal allocation on arable crops, which means the manure and fertilizer application on arable crops. And this used a thermal sum approach using a model called timelines. Thermal sum means it's calculated as the sum of positive temperatures from day 1 of the year. So we from the day 1 of the year, we look at the temperature. If it's positive, we then add it to the temperature sum. And then once this temperature sum reaches a certain threshold, and then we assume that sowing or fertilization occurs, right? And this threshold is different for different crops and also at different locations. So in the end, this threshold, or we call it the reference temperature sum, using this reference temperature sum, we can derive a sowing day estimates of all different crops. As you can see here on the map, this is an example of sowing day estimates of spring wheat in 2010. And we can derive this for all the major crops all over Europe. And actually, we can update the time profiles of each crop in each location. So on the right side, that is an example. And you can see that we already distinguish cereals, root crops, industrial crops, and fruits based on the fertilization time of different crops. And that is already a huge step from the static time profiles we used before. And you can also see that there are gaps in between in the time profiles. That's because we also take into account the excessive rainfall. Because when there is excessive rainfall, we assume that the machinery, agricultural machinery, cannot perform on humid soil. So we actually delay the emission after the excessive rainfall finishes. So that's how we derive a more detailed time profile on arable crops. And then afterwards, we realized that even with this temperature sum or temperature sum methodology, there are a lot of uncertainties in different locations. For example, this is a sowing day predictions versus the observations. On the x-axis, that's the observations of sowing day. On the y-axis, that's the predictions of sowing day. We used a reference thermal sum approach. And you can see that there's a big difference at some locations for some crops. So later on, we developed a dynamic agricultural practices predictor, or in short, DAPR. This is a AI-based approach using phenology information, and we use the German phenology observation network. Because the phenology observation network monitors the annually occurring plant growth and plant development stages of different plants of different types. And these growth or development stages also include sowing. So we know from the observations when different crops are sowed a different year. And using that, we can actually build a AI-based model, and it is conducted like this. First, we get the sowing day from the phenology network, and then we use the meteorology data, mostly temperature, to back calculate the reference thermal sound for different crops. And then we actually learn the pattern of the reference thermal sound of different crops with meteorology geographical information. And then we derive the AI-based model, and we can actually predict this reference thermal sound if we are given the location of the crop. And then we can use this predicted reference thermal sound to back calculate again the fertilization day using meteorology data. And this is our new predictions. I think this is the prediction of the sowing day of winter wheat. And you can see that after we use the AI-based model, the predictions have been improved hugely. With this color, light color means the density of the plot. You can see that most of the points are actually aligned with the 1 by 1 line, and that obviously means an improvement. However, the improvement is less obvious for spring crops, for example, sugar beet, because we found out the spring has a lot of rainfall in the Netherlands, or in Germany at least. So we try to also include those impacts in our predictions. So again, this is the original literature-based forecast, like we used in the previous slide. And then we use the AI-based model, which you can see here. This is the reference temperature sum versus the temperature, altitude, and latitude. You can see there's clearly a correlation between these variables. And then we also include the soil moisture and temperature threshold for the predictions. And then this is an initial result, which you can see that there is an improvement. But we also include the, again, taking into account the excessive rainfall, which is indicated by the Marton index. So when there is excessive rainfall, we again delay the sowing day predictions. And now we have a much more accurate predictions of sowing day of spring crops, for example. Again, this is the x-axis, it's the observations, y-axis, that's the predictions. So from this, the original forecast to the current status, you can see that there's, again, a big improvement. And later on, we also try to predict the multiple fertilization on grassland, because in the Netherlands, there are multiple fertilization instead of just one fertilization. And then we use remote sensing by analyzing time series of vegetation indices from Sentinel-2 Landsat to derive the timing of multiple fertilizations. And you can, on the right side, you can see that that is the NDVI time series of one grass plot. And when there is a huge jump in the NDVI time series, we assume that there's a mowing happening because the grass becomes less green. And when there is a smaller jump in the NDVI time series, we assume that cutting occurs because, you know, it's less green, but not that less green. And then a few days after the mowing or cutting, we assume that there's a fertilization on grassland. And using that, we can derive the total times of mowing and cutting on grassland. For example, this is a map of the total times of mowing and cutting around a station, a measurement station that measures ammonia concentrations in the Netherlands. You can see that we can already know the timing of each grass plot. And here, most grass plots are fertilized 3 times, for example. If we do that for the whole Netherlands, this is the accumulated number of plots mowed in 2018. We can see that most of grassland are mowed 2 or 3 times, less are mowed 1 or 4 times. And there are 7 periods mowing and cutting occurred. You can see here. And period 1 has the most cutting, and the last period has the longest duration. And from this plot, we can actually derive a new time profile for fertilization on grassland. And on the left side, that is the original time profile we use in our model. And the right side, that is the new time profile. And the new time series is composed of many peaks instead of a flatter curve. And the height of each peak depends on the number of grass parcels that are cut during each period in the Netherlands. And the center of each peak is the center of each period. So now we have a new time profile for grassland. And in order to validate our chemistry, validate our emission model, we import the emission product in our chemistry transfer model. We used 4 simulations. One used the static time profile. Second one, we used the first update. And the third one, we use the Doppler model, only updates on arable land. And the last one, we use the updates on both arable land and grassland. And here's are the results. First, using the static time profile, you can see that there is overestimation in the spring period and underestimation in summer. And after we use the first update, you can already see that the measurement of ammonia concentrations already improved a lot. First of all, the overestimation of ammonia's surface concentrations already reduced, even though that's caused by the housing emission time profiles. And the large improvements are seen in the spring and summer simulations. And then after we include the improvements of timing on arable crops, we can see more improvements in spring. And then once we include the improvement on grassland, the underestimation in summer is reduced hugely, and improvement are more visible at stations around surrounded by grass, because of course the improvements are all induced by on grassland. So in conclusion, this Doppler model we derived can efficiently and rapidly predict sowing day with meteorology and geological information. And soil properties and the rainfall data are important to refine the predictions. And the updates and improvement has a large impact on the temporal distribution of ammonia emissions, both on arable land and grassland. And for the grassland updates, the reductions of underestimate in summer are more visible at the stations surrounded by grass. And later on, we will continue to improve the spatial variation of grassland emissions because right now we use a national time profile instead of a regional time profile. And also in the future, we will also take into account the 2-time fertilization on crops. For example, maize and potatoes, sometimes they have 2-time fertilization in the Netherlands. Thank you. Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now, Jerry?
Yes, yes.
Very good. Let's see if we got some reaction from the room. Anybody with a comment or a question? And we have one here. You have to use this mic. Okay, come up here. Salmi.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi.
Brilliant talk. But I have a very simple question. So you calculated the sowing day and fertilization day based on the AI model, but did you compare that with the what's going on in the country? Like, I mean, did I miss that or?
Yes. For example, here we make the predictions based on the phenology data. But then we also compare our predictions with the phenology data. So of course, when you train the AI-based model, you have a training data set, you have a testing data set, and we test our model using the testing data set, and it corresponds pretty well. However, there's one issue because we use the German phenology data to train our model, which means that this model can only be used in the surrounding region. For example, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, maybe some parts of France. So if you go to Southern Europe or other regions of the world, then more phenology data needs to be used in that case.
Yeah, thank you. I have one very short question, which is a great work here on the prediction in relation to management timing. To what extent do you, or maybe you already, looking at the direct emission process itself in relation to climatic drivers like temperature and precipitation?
The most important driving matter is temperature, of course. But however, during, for example, in 2018, it is a quite warm year in Europe. So you can see that already all the fertilization on crops already earlier than before. That is a huge impact from the temperature, of course. And later, the second one is the rainfall, because at least in Western Europe or in Netherlands, there's a lot of precipitation in springtime. So this is also a huge driving matter. And actually, with the study, also improved that the inclusion of rainfall is so important because yeah, otherwise you can see that the improvement by taking into account rainfall data is it's hugely here.
Okay, I think we need to go on. I'm not sure you answered my question. You answered a question, which is how the meteorology affects the timing of the emission. For another conversation at another day, my question would be, does a warmer day give bigger emission on that day?
Oh yes, because we also use the here, because of the time limit, we also used a Alpha 2 model to predict, because we have a better timing of sowing or fertilization. So we know the meteorology conditions, and then we have an even better estimate of emission fractions during the fertilization time. So in the end, we have a spatial.
Yeah. Jerry, I'm afraid we're going to have to cut you short because time is running. Thanks so much for that. We're going to go on now to Pooja Pawar, who is here, and I invite you to come up, Pooja, and tell us about the chemistry of atmospheric ammonia.
Dr. Jerry, can you please stop sharing?
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Ms. Pooja Pawar from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. I am the PhD student and I'm going to be soon doctor. So my talk today is chemistry of atmospheric ammonia, a source of nitrogen pollution over South Asia. And my supervisors are Dr. Sachin D. Gude from IITM, Tapan K. Adhyay, who is sitting here as a co-supervisor, and obviously Mark Sutton, who is a mentor during my PhD journey. So today I will cover the following topics: emissions, modeling, measurements, current and future work. So why atmospheric ammonia? So it is the one of the alkaline gas present in the atmosphere. It reacts with various gases, various acids, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, HCl, and it forms PM 2.5, which again it gets deposited as a wet or dry deposition back to the surface, and that causes the nitrogen pollution. So first, in our first study, here we have shown the spatial distribution of ammonia. It's very. Can I take the mic? So here you will see the spatial distribution of atmospheric ammonia using Edgar-Itstab emissions. At the center, you will see the Mozart-derived ammonia total columns. And this is the ERC satellite-derived total columns. The major thing I want to showcase here is that if you look at the Edgar-Itstab emissions, so whatever Edgar emissions we are having right now of ammonia, it do not considers the actual agriculture statistics or livestock population. It is based on spatial proxy of total population. So with the Edgar-Itstab emission, you can see here, ammonia is very high over IGP and also NCP, that is North China Plain. But if you look at the total columns of Mozart-derived ammonia and ERC, we are just able to detect ammonia over IGP. So we tried to investigate what was the reason behind it, because the emissions were similar in the both IGP and NCP. So during this study, we found that the equilibrium simplified aerosol model, which is used by Mozart, it is based on level of sulfate present, and it is based on Metzger et al. 2002 study. So here we found that the gas phase ammonia, it gets ready, it gets quicker converted to particulate phase over Southeast Asia compared to South Asia, because the precursor gases, that is SO2 and NOx emissions, are very high over Southeast Asia compared to South Asia. So that was the reason. If you look at the spatial distribution of ammonium nitrate and sulfate, you will see the hotspot is over Southeast Asia, but not over South Asia. So that was the reason that ammonia remains in gas phase over South Asia, but in Southeast Asia, it get converted to particulate phase. So in the next here, you can see the spatial distribution of NST total columns with respect to Mozart satellite and the differences. So just you can just look into the major March, April, May, and June, July, August, where you can see the satellites is detecting ammonia very high during this season. Because the basic reason is that the ERC satellite, it has the detection very high during this time, because it depends on thermal contrast, and thermal contrast is very high during summer, spring, and June, July, August. That's why we see that satellite is showing more ammonia during this time. But if you look at the model derived pressure vertical levels with respect to month, and if you look at the planetary boundary layer height with respect to this months, you can see that during winter, we see that ammonia is very high over South Asia. And if you look at the deposition, this is the NST by ammonium ratio during winter, and it is also showing high during the winter season. So basically, in ground-based observation also, we compared here with respect to Mozart 4 and surface NST observation. So here we use more than, I think 69 stations for over India we used, and 35 stations for China we used. So more than 100 stations we used to validate this Mozart model with respect to surface observation. And in the first figure shows over South Asia, second shows over Southeast Asia. If you look at the two figures, you can see that surface NST, it overestimates in the observation, while it underestimates in the model. And if you look at the seasonal variation, over South Asia, you will see that during winter, ammonia is very high. But over Southeast Asia, you see that it is high during June, July, August. So specifically, the reason behind is that boundary layer height plays a major role over South Asia during winter season. That's why we see that ammonia concentration very high. And while this over Southeast Asia, it is basically related to ammonium nitrate volatilization. That's why we see that during JJA, it's very high over Southeast Asia. So focusing on the IGP region, here you can see that the previous study was based on level of sulfate present, the equilibrium model. But what we found in our winter fog experiment observation is that chloride dominates inorganic aerosol formation. This is the pie chart showing a share of gases, and this is PM 2.5. Here you can see 50% ammonia is contributing, then SO2 is contributing. And if you look at the aerosol phase, ammonium is around 50%, and it is forming with chloride as a major ion. So this was the new study. We found that chloride, there is a large amount of chloride present over South Asia compared to other regions. So this was the major reaction which ammonia plays with HCl to form ammonium chloride. Even if you look at the equivalent concentration, this pink color shows the level of chloride present over Delhi, And thus you can see that it is actually playing a huge role in formation of PM 2.5. So what we done, we included it at silver chloride chemistry and done some sensitivity experiment. Basically, we done it over Delhi because we have to do some tests so that we can come to the conclusion. So that's why we included HCl by chloride chemistry in the WOFChem model. We used HCl emissions. And here you can see the box chart where you can see we have gone through, like the WOFChem model is with higher resolution. We ran over North India with 10-kilometer resolution. And you can see the NH3 is overestimating in the model with respect to observation. And if we include HCl in the WRF chem model, you can see that it is reduced by some percentage. And ammonium, which was underestimating in the model, it was improved with including HCl chemistry in the model. And even the NHX we were able to adjust it based on the total NH3 and ammonium. So this was the study we conducted by including HCl chemistry. And here is the current work. So we found that if we go with the higher resolution model, still ammonia overestimates. So we went into a little coarser resolution, 35 by 35 kilometer over South Asia. And we went with the Edgar HTAP emissions. It was previously, but now in the current work, I had shown here NH3 baseline emission. The first plot shows which is our SNH derived ammonia emission inventory. And second one is the current legislation, which is based on neem coated urea. So this emission of ammonia was increased by say 15%. And you will see that the differences, like it is up to 50 ppb, we see the differences. And if you look at the ammonium emissions, so it was also increased by 2 microgram per meter cube, if you look at the differences. So this was the advancement we done, and obviously with chemistry also, and with updated version of WOFChem, we run this over South Asia. And this is even though ammonia concentration was low in the baseline emission, this is the scenario for nitrogen, wet deposition of nitrogen species. So WOFChem is able to, like it can simulate NH3 wet deposition, ammonium wet deposition, nitrate wet deposition, and HNO3 wet deposition. So spatially, you can see this is whole 1 year result where you can see that NH3 wet deposition is very high over North India, some over the south, and also towards the Myanmar and this eastern side. So we need to validate further these results. And dry deposition is comparatively not that high compared to wet deposition. So I want to conclude here, like even though ammonia is very low in the baseline emissions, still we can see the wet deposition of nitrogen species are very high. So it is a major concern that we need to see what will be the scenario after taking current legislation of over India, and then we can find out the total nitrogen deposition with respect to model. So conclusion, I would like to say that the formation of ammonium aerosol were dominated by sulfate and nitrate, which is quicker over East Asia than South Asia, leading to lower NH3 total columns. And WOFChem model overestimates NH3 concentration. Incorporating this HCl in the model, more NHX was partitioned to the condensed phase, improving agreement with the observation. Our research reveals that achieving precise simulation of NH3 concentration and subsequent dry and wet deposition demands advanced chemistry with accurate NH3 emission inventory. Integrating this methodological advancement developed as a part of SANH work, the simulated NH3 using this current legislation show a higher concentration than the baseline, which must be validated with the observation. And obviously, nevertheless, the pronounced wet deposition of nitrogen species, it raises the concern because it causes the eutrophication of water bodies, acidification of soil, and also the nitrogen pollution across IGP and South Asia. So this is the future work which we are planning, like we are planning to expand the IITM MAPA network in Himalayas, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Andaman, Nicobar, and Lakshadweep. starting new measurements such as elemental mercury with respect to understanding different chemical mechanism at Ahmedabad, Mumbai, and Delhi, and parameterization this all chemistry scheme in the WRChem model to further improve gas to aerosol partitioning. And obviously, this is the common public platform. Whatever I told, it was all science, but it should go to a common public where it is. This is the air quality early warning system, which is developed by IITM, and you can see here the clock. The clock shows the AQI index based on the uh, 5 criteria pollutants, and we are providing these real-time measurements go into the forecast, and we give this forecast for over Delhi and different cities over South Asia, and this is helping like Commission of Air Quality Management, that is MOUFCC, to take the necessary further steps to curb air pollution in Delhi and obviously all over South Asia. These are the domains which we are doing. So science should go to public, to common people. That's it, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pooja, for your insights on atmospheric ammonia, in particularly in South Asian context, using a WRF-Chem model with different chemistry options. So floor is open for the questions.
Yes. Current legislation is based on like neem coated urea. So there are also different NOx also. NOx is also increased. This is like 2015. We have run this with using 2015 meteorology, and but yes, the currently what we are observing ammonia emission inventory is this is the right one current legislation, and this is showing high ammonia, and obviously we are getting high ammonia. Yeah, so we need to validate it with observations now.
We have experimental data, not yet released, from the India project and the subsequent project showing that the ammonia emissions increased by the because it's acting for nitrification but not that's still to do. And obviously, with that increase with ammonia emission and decreased NOx, we've got a more ammonia rich world and a more gas rich world.
Thank you. Yes. 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 Actually, this is US EPA based chemilumens method. It measures ammonia with also NOx, ozone, PM 2.5. So currently, like we have our own IATM measurements. So we are expanding it further so that we can have a forecast different. Yes. It was due to it was basically industrial source. We tested it over Delhi, but as a part of SNH, we are measuring HCl with different networks. And yes, we are observing HCl also, it plays a role with, and also the NOx, because day to day the emission will change, day to day in with respect to years also this chemistry will change. So we are measuring, and this work is going on. But yes, HCl is observed over South Asia, and it is important to include. Thank you. Okay. Yes. You can ask. Yes. Uh, I cannot say that because we are first focusing on emissions, that whatever go into the model, the basically is the input, and also this is the regional model, and higher we go, higher we are getting high ammonia. So we just, that's why we plan to go with more coarser resolution, that is 35 by 35 kilometer, and with the updated emission inventory. So after this study, we can get to know so what deposition parameter, what we can do in that parameterization of the Wesley. It is based on Wesley deposition, Wesley study. So maybe we can, in future we can see this. Thank you.
I'm getting my but Pooja, you mentioned, you have high ammonia. Sorry, high ammonia means South Asia and high ammonia means Southeast and low in
Southeast Asia. Yes.
acid rain.
Oh.
Another issue. When you mentioned this, you are already saying your seasonal variation will show that during winter time, this ammonium was high.
And it was NH3. Yes.
You are showing ammonium was high. If that is the case, means it is promoting particle formation. And if it, because winter time, formation comes down, so you mention only one region of high. Another thing is ammonia is reacting with chloride, making ammonium chloride, and anything which is consumed should be in lesser concentration. If ammonia is reacting with chloride, chlorine, at SO2, and all three, so if it is consumed, it should be less.
Yeah. But I had shown that NH3 is reduced, ammonium is increased in model also. I had shown this. It will convert into ammonium. No? NH3 will reduce and it will convert into ammonium. That I have shown. We can discuss it later. We can discuss it later. We can sit and discuss.
India, where deposition is taking place only during rain. Rest of the time, out of 365 days, around 350 days, 330 days, the dry deposition is happening here.
It's correct, but I am a modeler, so it is a challenge for us to take the things like based on observations.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can discuss this in the tea break. So I would like to
please felicitate the speaker. Could you please felicitate the speaker? After every talk.
Okay. So yeah, I would like to welcome Professor Umesh Chandra Kulshrestha for his presentation on weight deposition fluxes of ammonia.
Oh. Get this one. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I, Senate, and local host for inviting me to this conference. Though it's our own conference, on the other hand, I'm also part of that. It's good to see all people once again for this nitrogen region. Yes. So what I'm going to present is about wet deposition of reactive nitrogen, especially ammonium and nitrate. So RPO 30, which we are coordinating at JNU. Yeah, please, try that. By that time, I just what we have network of 7 sites in 8 sites, including Pakistan. So it's a big team. Some are real actor and some are very much supportive as a guide. So team is very big. Because it's a field work, we have to include all people. The team. At this point, there is some problem. If it is not coming, then I will just summarize that because just what we are doing is like a class, Sometimes, yeah, I can summarize that. So in rain chemistry, we have to measure basic parameters because any emission taking place, they are emitted, after that transported and transformed and then. So this is the process of any pollutant: emitted, transformed, transported, and deposited. So here I am going to deposition part. On the way, there are different parameters, factors, they affect different processes. But deposition is very important because it is an indicator of the air quality what it was, whether it's a cloud movement or any other air parcel movement, and also what kind of local air contaminants. Because when rain happens, are deposited by two means: in cloud scavenging and below cloud scavenging. So in cloud scavenging mostly happens over the oceans, and below cloud happens local, and it is scavenging local air pollutants. And that depends what kind of air quality. In South Asia in general, we have very dusty atmosphere. It is scavenging atmospheric dust component, sea salt components because they are part of clouds, and industrial emission because they are either locally emitted or they are en route part of that air pass. So what we part of SANH program, we want to see how this wet chemistry spatial variation is there across South Asia at different sites in terms of acidity parameter like pH, acidic components like sulfate, nitrate, chloride, and basic components, and from where they are coming. That exercise we will do later, correlating with different type of emissions. At this stage, we are reporting preliminary results, chemistry of rain at different sites, how it is varying and what kind of parameters are dominating. And yeah, I will. So this is our team. And these are some sites, if you see, uh, you have uploaded my old one, isn't it? Doesn't matter. I'm sorry, Mark, that is not included the two more sites. These are the sites run by RPO 30 JNU. There are two more sites, Islamabad and Faisalabad. They are coordinated by Faisalabad Agricultural University. These are details of sites. You can see at the website somewhere, but I'm not going into detail. These people help in coordinating these measurements, and my students, they were responsible for installation. Then these are some pictures about different sites, so you can see what type of sites are there, the local topography is affecting any kind of contaminant locally. This is in chromatograph, which was used for chemical analysis of determination of anions and cations. So coming to this is very important one. The pH. If you look at the table, here we have pH. For your information, those who are not from atmospheric chemistry background, pH 5.6 is considered as the natural pH of any natural water system like cloud water, fog water, pond water, because dissolution of atmospheric CO2 that makes carbonic acid and pH at present CO2 level almost it comes to 5.6. So 5.6 and below is acid rain, and 5.6 it is not acid rain. But basic chemistry says acid base based on 7 pH. Here it's a different. So 5.6 and below you find here Bangladesh two side we have VSMRU and VRRI, and then you can see Sri Lanka side. Out of all these sites, South Asia, acid rain, and it doesn't mean that all rains are acidic. This is average pH taken, calculated from pH converted to hydrogen ion and then converted to pH. So this, and then this is ammonium milligram per liter. In new one I have converted to moles. So if you look at this, it's almost range 2.6 milligram, but the big bar at Nepal, this is because of through-fall and rain mix. This is average of the event. So through-fall, we are collecting through the forest, deposition through the trees. So it is having very high amount of fluxes. So minus that, it is almost 1.55 same in this also. So indication is that through fall deposition for ammonia is very significant, and we should do this kind of. If you look at nitrate is not much influencing deposition in profile, but you can see nitrate is very high at BSMR. This is some, we have to study what are the sources, whether at the same time pH is lower, nitrate is high, whether chances of nitrification or acidification are there. Because this is preliminary data. Next batch is also under analysis, as the any data can trigger any kind of geopolitics. It's very sensitive to claim, so it's a preliminary. Next batch based analysis we will provide confirmed results, because there are so many consequences. But if you see the relative dominance of ion, you can see at Bangladesh side, you can see nitrate and sulfate, they are dominating. Whereas Malay side, chloride is dominating. That is already, it's coming from sea salt. And then Bhutan side. So I have to go fast. I just want to tell that at Indian side, There are, 7 sites, rain chemistry use data. So it takes time, but highlights I have to speak to you. And you see the Chennai, surprisingly, we have very high bicarbonate, and that is the regular feature of Indian region. Then, very importantly, we have calculated inorganic nitrogen versus organic nitrogen. So we found that inorganic nitrogen is contributing major fraction out of total nitrogen. And if you see the N2, this is kind of spatial way. So hot spot for ammonium, you see Indo-Gangetic plain, and then it is extending from Bangladesh to Bay of Bengal. And pH is also in the same region. Say that it's very similar to Indian Ocean experiment, but we observed during Indian Ocean experiment over Indian Ocean, and you see nitrate is not having very high in Indo-Gangetic plain, but it is high from Bangladesh to Bay of Bengal hotspot. So, in conclusion, I can say that already highlighted that Bay of Bengal and Western Bangladesh are very sensitive. There are hot spots including Indo-Gangetic plain. Inorganic fraction dominated over organic fraction. Deposition of ammonium N was higher than nitrate. That is, that agricultural sources or waste, that type of sources. And then through study done at one site, they suggest that we should go for Thropal study network across South Asia, and that's why we need to control precursors of ammonium and nitrate, means ammonia and NOx. With this, thank you very much. If you have any query, I'm happy.
So thank you, Umesh. You have met the challenge of going on despite all technical challenges, as have you guys. So let's see if there's one question. Okay, you get the question there, Ajinkya.
My question was about the fund. It does not flow to the next one. So it does connect some.
It may collect, but we have directed the operator. You put that collector before rain and it remove immediately after rain. It's a manual wet collector, but sometimes it's that operator is busy and immediately in. Yes, definitely. We correct it. We take blanks. That is wash blank, and we have given direction how to take wash blank. All the operators, the quality control. My lab is known for quality control, QAQC, and we have developed QAQC for all atmospheric these depositions for even different agency, and we have gone through inter-laboratory comparison. So it's not one time; it's a regular has been, and all internal standard, external standard, synthetic sample for analysis, all these practices we do. You can visit our lab sometime.
We're in fact just trying to get Wandling on the line, and we'll start the moment we're ready. But that gives a chance for one more question very quickly. Yes, please.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is first step. Next step is to correlate with sources, local sources, transboundary sources, and long range transport sources. So when we do, we will apply backward trajectory for long range transport and to separate our local sources. And so then different receptor modeling approaches, source apportionment that we will apply later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Umesh. And as Jinky has clearly pointed out, this is a huge amount of work. We're really grateful for you for coordinating that. And indeed, all the site operators, if you've been sending samples back to you, it's really appreciated. And now we're going to try to move on to Wan Ling. Do we have Wan Ling online?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Thank you, everybody. So Wan Ling, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Excellent. And are you able to
Right.
share your slides?
Yes. Let me share. Hopefully you can see my screen now.
Well, we're not yet, but maybe it's coming. It's something is happening. Yes, we can see your slides. So you go ahead, Wan Ling. Wan Ling's from China, but I think you're in Edinburgh today, but who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So, I'm Yuanling Wang from Air Pollution Modeler from UK Center for Ecology and Hydrology. Today, I'm going to present my study based on the SunH project. My topic is reductions of PM2.5 pollution in South Asia and the impacts on health and economics, the new insights from ammonia. My talk includes 4 parts. So first, I'm going to give a brief background introduction. As we know, South Asia is experiencing a heavy air pollution, and also according to the Global Burden Disease, PM2.5 pollution is the 7th greatest risk factors for all ages. And in India, there are 0.98 million premature deaths. And also, based on the settlement measurements, South Asia is one of the biggest hotspots of atmospheric ammonia, particularly in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. The ammonia will react with the acid gases to generate secondary inorganic aerosols that are the main components of PM2.5. So it is important to assess the impacts on PM2.5 by abating ammonia emissions. So based on SunH project, so we did study. We're using atmospheric chemistry model with an updated South Asian emission inventory to first conduct a range of model simulation to evaluate the effectiveness of ammonia emission control measures on PM2.5 pollution. Second, we quantify the premature human mortality attributable to PM2.5 with ammonia emission reductions. So finally, we assess welfare losses related to the health impacts. So hope our study will provide a scientific foundation for the formulation and implementation of mitigation strategies in South Asia. And the second is about method and data. So in this study, we use WRF-EMA model. So it is a 3-dimensional model, and 2 domains we use. The global domain is the resolution of global domain is 1 degree, and the inner domain, South Asia, is 0.1 degrees. So WRF provides meteorological fields and more details about EMAP, like chemistry scheme and lens types, and also dry deposition, wet deposition, you can find from the paper I provided here. Emissions part. So for the anthropogenic emission, we use SunH 2015 emission based on SunH project. And the biomass burning emissions are from daily fin 2015. And also we include the global hydrogen chloride and the primary particle chloride emissions. Other emissions like biogenic emissions can be also found in EMAP papers. So We did several model runs. So the first is a base run, includes all emission sectors and will be compared with observations. Also, the sensitivity test implemented by reducing atherogenic ammonia emissions over South Asian by every 10 steps. So we did a 10 sensitivity test. So the simulation year is 2018. Observation includes meteorology from NERC and also the air pollutants. We download India data from CPCB and other countries we download from US Embassy. The results parts. So first, let's look at model evaluation. So the daily PM2.5 values compared with observations. So from this left figure, we can see EMA model can reproduce the magnitude and the magnitude and variations of observed PM2.5 well with R values more than 0.4. And especially in India, we can find it's very with small model bias and high R values. But also we found in Bangladesh and Nepal. In winter, simulated PM2.5 is underestimated. That's because of emissions. And also because the two sites in Nepal are both two sites are in Kathmandu. So air pollutants can accumulate easily with a weak wind and steady weather conditions, which can lead to high PM2.5 concentrations. But overall, EMA model is in good agreement with observations. So here are the three figures for the spatial distributions of annual mean of PM2.5, ammonia, and SNA, which represent sulfate, nitrate, and ammonium. So we find all three pollutants are concentrated in the Indo-Gangetic Plain and part of eastern India, and ammonia PM2.5 concentration in this region over 100 microgram per cubic meters, and ammonia is more than 30, and SNA is between 25 and 35 microgram per cubic meters. So these are parts, since IGP is a heavy pollutant area, so I just show this region the impact of ammonia emissions reductions on PM2.5 concentration. We can find the different lines represent different species. All species follow a nonlinear function, and the trend become faster with more ammonia emission reductions. And also in this region, the SNA and the PM2.5 decreased by 40%, 45%, and 30.6% with 100% ammonia emission removed, respectively. And if we look at the blue line, the nitrates show a more substantial decline than the green line, which is ammonium, decreasing by 99% here. And this means, and in this part, and we can it suggests ammonia contributes significantly to nitrate formation under the poor ammonia conditions. A bit different, we can find an increase in sulfate, which is a bit different from the previous study, like studied in US or in China. That's because they're caused by the coal deposition effects in EMA model. So more sulfate is generated due to a decline in the dry deposition of SO2. Based on these studies, I calculated the health impacts and the welfare losses. So for the health impacts, I use a global exposure mortality model. We include the non-communicable disease and lower respiratory infections. So this figure is premature death in different countries and regions with a per capita death rates, so the red line. And this middle one is a spatial distributions of premature deaths in across South Asia. And the right one is a spatial distribution of the attributable fraction of from ammonia emissions. So across South Asia, there are around 0.6 million for the premature death for the base run, and in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, so it's like 0.8 million mortalities. So for the ammonia emission contribute around 171,000 premature deaths, and which account for 11% of the total mortality from all sectors. And also this one shows, I only show the whole domain and the Indo-Gangetic Plain, the welfare losses. So we use the value of statistical life method to assess the welfare losses, which indicate how much people would be willing to pay for a reduction, also be used in World Bank report. And the total welfare losses in South Asia is about 413,000 million US dollars for the base run, and ammonia emissions also contribute 11% of the total welfare losses. Our results are consistent with World Bank Report 2016. So finally, give a brief conclusion. So first, WRF-EMA model can reproduce magnitudes and variations of observations very well. And high air pollutants are mainly concentrated in the Indo-Gangetic Plain with PM2.5 more than 100 microgram per cubic meters. And all the air pollutants follow a non-linear function, and the trend become faster with more ammonia emission reductions. And secondary inorganic aerosol and PM2.5 in IGP decreased by 45% and 13.6% with ammonia emission removal, respectively. And the premature death and welfare losses across South Asian domain are about 0.6 million and 413,000 million US dollars for the base run, and all ammonia emissions are responsible for 11% of from total all other sectors. So so we also did yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So any questions?
Thank you, Annelyn. Am I
Yeah.
audible?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah. Thank
Floor is
you.
open for 2 questions. Just 2 questions. We are running.
Yeah.
Hello, this is something very exciting, and I have been looking for this kind of research for India, specifically. But my question is, when you reduce 100% ammonia, right? When you cut down 100% of ammonia, then you get the 13.6% of reduction of PM2.5. So how feasible is that? Like, if we think about the practical situation, how feasible is that?
Yeah, that's just a sensitivity test. Actually, according to the previous studies, people think, reducing 30% is achievable. Yeah, 30% ammonia is achievable. So, but in my current study, we just want to test, how much ammonia emission contribute to, PM2.5 concentrations, and also to secondary organic aerosols, and also to the health impacts and economic losses. But we also compared, we also did 30% ammonia reductions, which regard as achievable. Yeah. So yeah, 30% is is achievable in reality. Yeah. So, but 30% just reduce. Like I remembered, it's like 1%. For the for total PM2.5 concentrations, yeah, it's which very slightly, yeah.
Okay, I think I'll have a follow-up question. That so 2 questions again. In case of India, 13.6% reduction. Honestly, I mean it's something, but it's not cutting down 100% of ammonia. So have you ever? I mean, I have no idea about this kind of data. So have you ever looked at, if you have to reduce 100% of ammonia emission, what is the cost associated with that? And when you're getting that cost economic benefit by reducing that percentage of PM2.5, so have you done that like comparison?
Yeah, that's a good question, but I haven't done that. Sorry. for the cost, I understand, yeah, I haven't done that.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's good question, but we haven't done that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One more quick question. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. So I just wanted to ask, because if you talk about health effects, aerosols are not aerosols because ammonium nitrate may be not as dangerous because it's soluble. So I was wondering, did you distinguish between PM 2.5 directly from ammonium nitrate and then formation of other particles, basically how that contributes?
Yeah, that's really
So
good
you would
one. Yeah.
prefer that to
Actually, because it's a long-term effects attributable to PM2.5, and our current in the world currently, all the functions, exposure risk of functions, they are all based on the total PM2.5, and for different species, they're really important because the different talks are different. So, but unfortunately, currently they haven't, studied the long-term studies for the, for different species. Yeah, we haven't found such, literature to give exposure response functions. Yeah, so. Sorry, we didn't just tell the difference health impacts due to the different species, only just for the total PM2.5.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Anlin.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop sharing. Yeah. Oh.
Soumya
Okay.
pointed out, 45% reduction in PM 2.5, and that is 13% ammonia. 13.1. Ammonia national ambient air quality standard is very high for India, around 400 microgram per. And if you are within that, means our rules, they say there is ammonia is not harmful. So what level you are considering reduction? Because as human health concern, because the ambient air quality standards are for human health. So how it is you are considering this much less ammonia reduction for human health, and also what are the factors you have included for wealth loss?
That's my question for me. Oh, sorry.
I mean, when you are reducing even this much PM 2.5, even this is not coming under the national ambient air quality standard.
Yeah.
That is not enough.
Okay. Yeah. Reduced. So
I leave it. You can think upon these lines, and because it's involving our what you call policy, and it is not along with the measurements and even the data reported by Pooja, myself, and even CPCB data that you have to see. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anlin. And now I would like to request Sakshi Alwat for our presentation on reactive trace gases and aerosol measurements over South Asia.
我的天呐，就那个，我跟你说，你听不懂的那个人，最后一个，我以为我的问题结束了嘛，我就 stop sharing 了哦。然后呢，他还在讲台上，就是在问问题，就是口气非常，我根本不知道那是问我的问题，你知道吗？主持人也没有跟我讲。
Hi, can you please mute your mic?
我忘记开摄像头了，算了。
Hello everyone.
Today, I'll be presenting on the topic reactive trace gases and aerosol measurement over South Asia. And I would like to first thank my guide, T.K. Mandal sir, and Eco sir, Mark sir, and Kiara ma'am, and Amy ma'am for their regular coordination and guidance, and all the participating institutes where we are doing the sampling. We have done the measurements by collecting samples on the Delta system, which is a low-cost diffusion denudor system developed for long-term sampling of ammonium and also for the long-term sampling of acid gases and aerosols. These are the participating institutes where the sampling is going on denudors, and we have installed Delta samplers at these 11 locations, which includes Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh outside the India. And within India, we have Chennai, Nainital, Roorkee, Agra, Bombay, and at Delhi, we have 2 locations, IMT and NPL. These are the images of Delta samplers installed at some of the sampling locations in India and outside India. And this is the preparation method of denudors, which are installed in the Delta sampler for sampling. First image shows the glass denudors coated with different acid and base coated denudors to capture the gases, and with the filter pack for the particulate matter collection. And then it is installed in the sampling train and further installed on the Delta sampler. And with the extraction and filtration using the DI water, we have done the analysis on the ion chromatograph. This is the ion chromatograph instrument in a setup in a laboratory where we have done the analysis. And these are the results for the gases concentration obtained at the IMD Delhi site, Agra site, and Nainital site. For IMD, we have a regular continuous data for the year 2023. And we observe that in this we have ammonium and SO2 gases more emissions for the year of for the month of March, August, September, and October. And for Agra and Nainital, we have just started obtaining the samples, and we have analyzed the samples for July and August for Agra, and for June in Nainital side. And we observe that sulfur dioxide and ammonium emissions are there. And also within India, we have also done the analysis for NPL and Chennai sites. For Chennai and NPL, we have a trial sample for the 2022 sample for 1 month also. Like for NPL, we have May 22 sample, and in Chennai, we have October month 2022 sample. And here also we observe that sulfur dioxide and ammonium emissions are there, but also HONO and HNO3 emissions were also observed. And for the NPL side during 2023 year, we observed high concentrations during June and during August, September, October, and November comparatively. And we observed ammonia emissions, sulfur dioxide, and during the November, we have HONO emissions also. If we look into the data outside the India in the South Asia, for Bhutan side, we have obtained one sample. We have analyzed one sample till now for the June month. And here also we observed ammonia and sulfur dioxide more emissions. And for the Maldives site, we have sulfur dioxide and ammonium emissions. And in Nepal site also, and here we have nitric acid emissions also in Nepal. And if you look into the data, IMD Delhi and NPL data has the more emission compared to the other sites, followed by Nepal, Maldives, Agra, Nainital, Chennai, and Bhutan with the highest concentrations. And for the particulate matter data, we have done the analysis. We have the cations and anions data at all the sampling locations. If we look into the data for the IMD sites, we observe that sodium, ammonium, sulfate, nitrate, and chlorine. These ions were higher. And for Agra and Nainital, we observe sulfate, nitrate, and chlorine more emissions.
And in Nainital, we have sodium, calcium, ammonium, and higher nitrate and chlorine emissions. And if we look into the percentage composition for these particulate matter ionic concentrations, we found in IMD Delhi site, we found that chlorine and ammonium has the high concentration with nitrate also. These form the major composition. And in Agra, same we have sulfate, nitrate, and chlorine, more emission. So these were the dominant ions we observed in the samples at these sites. And at Nainital site, we observed high nitrate and chlorine emissions, followed by ammonia and calcium. And for the NPL Delhi and Chennai site, we have again ammonia, nitrate, nitrite, chlorine, and sulfate emissions. And for Chennai site, we have ammonium and chlorine more emissions. And if we look into the percentage composition for these two locations, we observe that nitrate, chlorine, and sulfate and nitrite, these were higher emissions, followed by ammonia. And in the Chennai side, we have ammonium, chlorine, sulfate, more emissions. And if we look into the sites outside the India at Bhutan, Maldives, and Nepal, first Bhutan, we found that ammonium, nitrate, and chlorine has the highest emission. And in the Maldives side, we have ammonium, sulfate, and chlorine. Followed by the Nepal side, we have nitrate, nitrite, sulfate, and chlorine. If we look into the percentage composition and contribution of these ionic components, we found in the Bhutan side that chlorine, nitrite, and ammonium have the highest emissions contributing components. And for the Maldives side, we have sulfate, chlorine, and ammonium. And for the Nepal side, we have the nitrate, nitrites, the sulfate, and ammonium and chlorine as the major contributing and dominant ions. And if we look into the summary of results, we observe that in the gases, we have high ammonium, sulfate, nitric acid, and nitrous acid as per the higher concentration. And with the sites which are giving the higher emissions, we have first IMD has the higher emission, followed by NPL, then Nepal, Maldives, Agra, Nainital, Chennai, and Bhutan with the lowest emission in these gases. Among the anion and cations, we have these 5 major contributing ion components, which are ammonium, sodium, chlorine, nitrate, and sulfate in the composition of particulate matter. And the sites with the higher ionic component emission is IMD, NPL, Nepal, Bhutan, Nainital, Agra, Chennai, and Maldives with the low ionic composition. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Saxi. And I think opportunity for a couple of questions here. So first.
Thank you. Yeah, like we will be comparing with the historical data we have for the 2015-2019 data. And online, we haven't done it because we just have analyzed the samples. We will be comparing it with the online data also and with the past 5-year historical data also. Yeah.
I add a comment in that. My expectation is that this will show lower ammonia than some of the chemiluminescence data, with the hypothesis that there's some interference of NOx on the chemiluminescence NOx. So this is a Denuda technique, which is having the filter after the Denuda. So the ammonia is taken off first by the Denuda, by diffusion, and then the filter is taking out the particles which are left. So that's designed to avoid the gas particle interaction, which is characteristic of a filter pack. But we very much look forward to that comparison, and let's see if the hypothesis stands up. Umesh.
So if we add up the ammonia with the particulate matter emissions and the Denudas, If we combine them both, then we will see the results how total ammonia is contributing. Yes, sir.
Secondly, in gaseous phase, mono is expected, but in aerosol phase, how nitrite with condition and its source.
Yes, sir. We will be doing the source apportionment. We will be doing the modeling on this data also. Then we will be clearly able to tell that what are the main sources. Yeah, we are working on that. Yeah.
In your order of iron, you have ammonium,
Mhm.
chloride, sodium.
Sodium sulfate and yeah.
Ammonium is associated with chloride.
No, sir. I'm saying I'm saying that these 5 components were observed with high concentration in between the cations and anions. We will do the comparison, ionic balance also. Then we will see the results. We have just done the chemical analysis part, source apportionment, and other modeling factors. We will follow up on this time.
Okay, thank you, Umesh. And we have time for one last comment, quick from Pooja. The he's talking about, are you talking about nitrite in aerosol? So I think we're going to have to take nitrite in aerosol in the coffee break for a good debate and discussion. My last comment is, in looking at your graphs, I was seeing very low sodium, very high chloride at multiple sites in the aerosol phase. And that seems to me a good story, because if it was sea salt chloride, you'd see the sodium together. And so this is pointing very much towards a regional scale phenomenon of high chloride in the aerosol. Yeah, not only one side, even in Bhutan. So this is really exciting, and we look forward to seeing more as this develops. We have only a few minutes left now to have a couple of talks, very quick ones, but we take thanks to you for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, good. So we're going to get up here straight away. Who are our 5-minute flash talks? Who's on the 5-minute flash talk? You are there. And Chandrima? 3-minute talk, 2-minute reaction. If you can do in 3 minutes. Go.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to talk about atmospheric NHX, which include the sources and processes of atmospheric NHX using a stable isotopic composition of nitrogen over a semi-urban site located in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. In the figure below, in this introductory slide, you can see the major sources of NHX. I would like to mention that NHX include ammonia gas in the atmosphere as well as particulate ammonium, which is mainly in the aerosol phase. And in the right side, you can see the processes which affects this NHX system in the atmosphere. This mainly include gas particle conversion. So coming to the NHX system, so ammonia gas is mainly released due to anthropogenic activities like combustion, agricultural activities, industrial activities, and also natural activities like biological nitrogen fixation, as well as atmospheric fixation into the atmosphere. Once this ammonia gas is into the atmosphere, it can form new particulate formation. This is known as new particle formation. This new particle has various effects, such as they can reduce the visibility by forming haze, they can affect health, they can also act as a cloud condenser nuclei. Also, being a nutrient, wet and dry deposition of this nitrogen, of this ammonium, can affect crop yield on the land and marine productivity on the ocean, and also eutrophication. So these ammonium and ammonia are reactive nitrogen, which are biologically available and chemically reactive form of nitrogen. As we can see from this number, global nitrogen fixation is around 403 teragram per year. This is as of 2015. And we can see that anthropogenic and nitrogen fixation has surpassed more than 50% of the total nitrogen fixation in the atmosphere. So coming to my objective and motivation, you can see from this figure that this is a 9 years global average data, satellite data of ammonia gas distribution. As we can see that the entire India is a hotspot for ammonia gas distribution. The darker the color, the more is the concentration of the ammonia gas. And the Indo-Gangetic Plain is majorly the main global hotspot. So these star marks denote my location, my study area or my location. So because the Indo-Gangetic Plain is a global hotspot for ammonia gas emission, So it is very important to understand the sources and processes which affect this NHX system over the endogangetic plane. So this is the major objective of my study. So coming to my results, the processes which affects this ammonia gas, ammonia system, like ammonia gas as well as particulate ammonia in the atmosphere, includes temperature and relative humidity. This figure shows that with the increase in relative humidity, with the increase in relative humidity, ammonia tends to remain more on the gaseous phase, and as relative humidity decreases and temperature increases, such that during the daytime, this ammonia gas tend to remain more in the gaseous phase. So this gas to particle phase transition happens, and during this phase transition, isotopic fractionation also takes place. So this gas to particle transformation of ammonia is mainly controlled by meteorological condition like temperature and relative humidity. As RH decreases, ammonia gas will escape into ammonium, particulate ammonium or solid ammonium. Also, if we come to I have calculated the source contribution of ammonium using stable isotopic ratio of ammonia, which is 59/49, and also mixing model, stable isotope mixing model known as mixer. I have considered 4 major sources in my study, which include agriculture, industrial release, release from coal, as well as NH3 sleep, combustion. This include vehicle combustion as well as traffic emission and biomass burning. From the mixer model as well as the isotope data, I have found that the industrial emissions constitute the major sources of ammonia in the endogangetic plane. This is followed by agricultural activities and then combustion and lastly biomass burning. So coming to my conclusion, although the sites, my sites, which is over the endogangetic plane, is an agricultural site. However, non-agricultural sources like industrial sources was the dominant source of ammonia gas. Also, major sources of ammonia gas was industry as well as industrial sleep, about 50%. So the meteorological condition like relative humidity and temperature holds a strong control over the chemistry of the NHX system. So this works reveals mainly the sources and processes affecting the NHX system. So such studies in space and time all over India is very much important to get a more detailed insight over the NHX system. Thank you.
Thank you. You win the prize for the race. Well done. One question, very quick question to Chandrima. Question? So I have a question, which is, you are presenting this idea that not only volatilization of ammonia from the ground is fractionating, but also volatilization from particles in the atmosphere is fractionating.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before. Is that the first time, or have you seen it in the literature before?
I have seen it in the literature before. Like this is called atmospheric nitrogen fixation. Like N2 in the atmosphere is converted into ammonia gas as well as NOx by various atmospheric processes.
Okay, so we're going to have to take that a coffee break because we have coming up now our very last of this session. We are running only 45 minutes late at the moment. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our last presenter. So Virendra is going to tell us about the lichen response to atmospheric ammonia. Virendra.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to present on lichen responses to atmospheric ammonia. Moving forwards. Working. What happened to it? Okay, fine. In this research, we aim to present comparative study of alpha ammonia that we have conducted in our 2 ecoregions. One is rural and another is urban site. And moving to materials and methods, the study was conducted in 2 sites for 6 months in 2023, and we have used alpha samplers for monitoring and assessment of atmospheric ammonia. And for that analysis, for the calibration, we also used epiphytic Usnia species and Parmotoma species, and the data analysis was performed using Python. So quickly moving towards the results and discussion. From the first line plot, you can see that comparison of atmospheric ammonia from 2 sides. Statistically, the ammonia concentration from two sites were significantly different. They were, and you can see that the higher amount of atmospheric ammonia in Chandragiri could be the region of vehicular emission, agricultural activities, and industrial processes. And talking about the responses of lichen towards atmospheric ammonia, total gel nitrogen, the trend seems to be very simultaneous, very similar in Chandragiri, while the trend increases gradually from Jan to June. This increment can be due to the wet deposition. And the trends to look at from the two sides, we can see the similar trends for chlorophyll degradation and fluorescence. However, the chlorophyll A has decreased and then increased. This fluctuation can be attributed to the water content levels in lichens as a result of harsh climatic conditions due to dry season and pre-monsoon. Sorry, and talking about the electrical conductivity in lichen, the trend can be seen increasing, and this is more higher concentration than the usual for lichens, and this increment could be due to the cell membrane damage of lichen, and which leads to the electrolyte leakage from the cell wall, cell membrane. And moving forwards, we also perform regression analysis to see the if probable relationship correlation between atmospheric ammonia and the responses of lichens, and only the chlorophyll degradation in Palmotremia and a chlorophyll coalescence in Usnea species have shown the significant correlation. And but since the correlation were weak and negative, and for the fact that we cannot simply ignore the effect of elevated ammonia levels that leads to the disruption of the electron transport chain and the formation of oxidative stress, and that eventually damages or inhibits the key photosynthetic component in lichen that is called photosystem 2. And to conclude my research for this 6 months, we can say that the concentration of atmospheric ammonia we have found higher in higher than the critical levels for the provided Himalayan forest, and we can see the stress in lichens due to the alternations and decreased amount of some physiochemical responses. And this study requires more information and incorporation of meteorological data and mechanisms related and molecular and biological mechanisms in lichens that affects the deposition. So thank you, everyone. Sure, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, from the study conducted by Dr. Christopher Ellis, in that study, it has been shown that ammonia concentration higher than 1 in that particular area, Himalayan forest, is impactful for the lichens health and forest. So in that sense, yeah, basically for lichens. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's particularly for lichens, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, with this, we're
going to present some awards for the presenter.
Right? Yeah. No. So sorry. I would like to call Pooja Power for certificates. Yeah. Okay, see.
Dr. Mesh, can you please come? Dr. Sakshi Alawat. Dr. Chandrima Shaw. And Dr. Hirendra Bista. Okay, great. All right. That's all for the session today. We shall now have, we shall now felicitate the co-chairs. Dr. Tapan Kyadya, could you please come and felicitate me?
The session. We are closed and ready for comfort break. In fact, the plenary started half an hour ago. Just check.
Yeah, so we'll now have a 5-minute comfort break. The cultural program starts at 6:30, and we've got dinner 7:30 onwards in the main auditorium, and a fireside chat in the main auditorium. It's starting. It will be starting in 15 minutes about. Yeah, so.